We're good.
Good evening. Today we have our council meeting, July 22nd, and it is open at 6:08 PM. Can we have roll call, please?
Mayor Garza,
Here.
Alex Saldivar,
Here.
Mark Ronzik,
Here.
Soraya Pineda,
Here.
Mary Lapointe,
Here.
Matthew Esposito.
Here.
We have quorum. Please stand for the pledge and Texas pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Texas. Do we know? I didn't bring my notes.
Texas flag.
Pledge allegiance to thee. Yes. State, under God, one indivisible. Thank you. Have a seat.
Texas. Especially not being from here.
Okay, I have two announcements to make. The first one will be an update about GLO, and I'll give you, we had a meeting yesterday at 2:30 PM video conference, and the next meeting will be scheduled for August the 4th. An update will be provided, and we'll add an agenda item to the next meeting we will have August the 5th. Let me look at my notes. And Mr. Brodowski was in that meeting, so he'll be able to add anything else that I missed, that I might miss. Hold on. I just had it here. Okay. The discussion was about where they are at with Poco Loco and Hannah family. And a cat is working with Poco Loco. Is that right? Right. So she's working with Poco Loco. In case if you don't know or remember, Poco Loco, the empty lot between Poco Loco and the Lutheran Church, they want to build a parking lot. And the GLO has to get in that parking space before they make the parking lot and go across the freeway to the Hannah family home. So Kat is working with Poco Loco on that. It doesn't sound like it's been consistent communication with Poco Loco, so that's some of the holdup. The other one is Melinda with TRS is working with the engineer of Poco Loco. And I think Kat is also working with the Hannah family because in the beginning, which this has been going on for, I think, over a year, the GLO, they had a verbal agreement last year, and the easement was supposed to be X amount of whatever size it was. All of a sudden now, I guess they didn't know it was going to be as big as they had anticipated, so Kat is trying to work to make that a smaller easement. That's what I have, and we can ask Mr. Brodowski if he has any other input. There was also a talk about a stop sign that was missing on the corner of Cotton Gin and Highway 21 that a lady didn't, I guess did she fall in the ditch? She did, okay. And there was no stop sign. The stop sign is there now. According to Melinda, she said that the crew that was working there, they had pictures and the stop sign was there. So between that picture, date, and time until the lady that fell into the ditch because of no stop sign, I don't know how nobody knows how that stop sign was missing or what happened to it. Do you have anything else you want to add to the GLO?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, I missed the first part of that. So I don't know what was all explained to you guys, but the GLO project obviously dates back multiple years. And the problem that we're in now is the easements that need to be secured to finish this project are still in limbo and in discussion. So the folks who are on the other side of the easements hold most of the cards in our ability to get these easements. So we are at the mercy of Poco Loco wanting to develop the parking spaces on top of our drainage. We are almost to the point where we have an agreement, but now we have a chicken and egg situation, or egg, in the sense that they want to secure the parking prior to they're able to sign the agreement. And so they won't sign the agreement until the parking has been approved, but that won't exist until the drainage is in. So we are working through their engineers and our engineers to make sure that that happens. They are agreeable to it, but now it's just a matter of getting their designs turned in so we can approve them. So that is the biggest snag for Poco Loco. If you recall, all the financing for this was approved 4 or 5 meetings ago. At this point, all the special meetings, probably 10 meetings ago. So we are ready to go and buy these easements. We are just waiting on those who are giving them to us to sign agreements and make it happen. So in terms of what that means for the overall project, the project has a deadline of January 2027. So you can imagine every day that goes by is a day towards the end of this project. And there is no more extensions for us. So this must get done by January 2027. So we are working fervently with the folks who own these properties. It's just through negotiations through Texas right-of-way and the property owners themselves. And so they are communicating. We're just now kind of fine tuning those agreements, make sure that the applicants on their side are happy with what they're getting in return for the easements. That means on the Hannah property, they're restructuring the amount of easement we're asking for. Before, it was probably 3 or 4 times what it is today of permanent easement. So now the easement will only include what is actually going underground. So the easement has shrunk by, imagine, 85%. So the property owner seems happy with that. So now we're just waiting for the confirmation and then them to sign agreements and then actually move this thing along. So really no big updates since last time we talked. There is nothing has changed materially. We're still waiting for agreements to be signed.
Okay. And then the second announcement that I have in regards to Old Town Uhland LLC, also known as the Uhland Fall Fest. The email that Christopher Durst, owner of this event, sent an email he sent an email earlier that he wanted a meeting. And we met him on video. The attorney was present. Mr. Brodowski was present, and myself on July 16, 2026. And he had some information that he provided that came from him, and I wanted to share it with council and our residents. Mr. Christopher Durst said that he knows that the economy is tight on some families. He's giving discount tickets, $18 per adult with an ID. And for Uhland residents with an ID, he's going to give free admission. And he's also getting the petting zoo is free. He's also providing some of the food trucks will provide value meals that are affordable for, families that come to the event. That is what he provided. And we listened to what he had to say and we thanked him. And, this is all I have, the information that I have. He does want another meeting. Mr. Brodowski has been really busy, so we have not had a chance to set up another meeting. So we're going to have another meeting. Okay, that's all the announcement that I have. Do we have any public comments?
I received none.
Okay. No public comments. So we don't have any consent agenda items and nothing on executive session. So we are going to talk about the agenda item 8.1, discussion and possible action to provide final direction to city staff regarding the City of Uhland fiscal year 2026 to 2027 proposed budget, including revenues, expenditures, staffing, capital priorities, and other budgetary matters in preparation for presentation of the final proposed budget at the next city council meeting. And that's yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Here with us in the flesh is Doug Martello with Zach Finance. Zach has been helping us navigate our financial concerns and getting us through what was a pretty daunting task. Sent you guys, I believe it was Friday or Monday morning, the proposed budget draft. It's imperative to note that the draft is just a draft. So anything that comes from this meeting will then be put into what is more of a finalized budget. This is just the first time now we have all the pieces talking about what is the bottom line number for the city of Uhland to exist. And so the plan for today is for us to have Doug go through a presentation with you guys, to go through the budget, answer any questions you guys might have. And then from there, as a body, we'll discuss things that you guys want to see changed. Some of you might not want changes other people want. It's a great time for us to discuss as a team how this budget will shake out at the end. With that, is the presentation showing a full screen or a partial screen?
Whole screen.
Love that. Great. So with that, I'll turn it over to Doug. Can you see it,
I
Doug?
can't see that far, but I got it on my phone, so
Great.
it's fine.
Perfect. Should buy your glasses, Doug.
You're good. Thank y'all for having me. I really appreciate it. And, I kind of want to reiterate that thing, like we're here as a team, right? And I want to include you guys in the budget process so we can all get this done together. I know everybody's got ideas and wants to be included, and that's what this is for. So it was a draft. I know there were some questions. I know there was some, comments, what you want to see. So this is a good time to just kind of discuss everything. So we'll kind of go piece by piece and just kind of work through it. So agenda, kind of just want to go over the budget overview, the general fund, revenues, expenditures, property tax rate, which, that's the one number I changed from my bottom line to what you probably have, because I realized that I got to do the no new revenue rate because you don't have an audit done. So that costs only about $6,000 from your budget that you have in front of you. I can't remember what the surplus was, 66,000, and mine is 57, so $9,000 difference. So I had to change it to the no new revenue rate. So just that's the only thing I did, not that you don't have. Okay. So property tax, and then the fund balance and reserves, personnel and compensation. I know that's a question. Fees and policies, and then, council questions that y'all had and kind of responses to those. So if you got questions as we go, do you want to make it like an open forum, or do you want me to roll through the presentation?
I guess for you guys, do you want to ask questions as we go through, or do you want to write down questions and at the end discuss?
I would personally like to ask questions as we go.
That's fair. Me too. Yeah.
Great.
Now, some of the questions that were emailed are answered in this presentation. So maybe if you ask me, I'll be like, hey, we'll get to that one. All right, we'll go to the all funds, which you really only have one major fund that operates is the general fund. What I'm going to try to do, or what we have done, is divide that out into separate funds so the pots of money are not lumped into one general fund. Okay, you have grants, you have your GLO grant, that should be in a separate place. You have your transportation impact fees, that should be in a separate place. You have your PID, that should be in a separate place. Those all should be separate buckets of money other than the general fund. In the past, it's kind of been together. So it's been kind of an untangling that we've had to do to separate that stuff out. So in front of you, I focus on the 27 proposed, about a $3 million revenue budget and about a $3 million expense budget. You have a $66,000 surplus in front of you. I got a 57 right here. Like I said, the only difference is that property tax adjustment I made. So that's kind of where we're landing on 2027. Obviously, there's some differences between 2026, which I know last time we talked, the land sale was in there last year in the revenue budget. And I can't remember what else. There were some development fees that we lowered quite a bit to maybe match what we think we're going to bring in. It was a little bit high last year compared to what we did bring in. So, but those are kind of the main differences between last year and this year, and then the expenses we'll kind of get into as we go. Let's see, go to the next one. All right, taxes. Taxes are the majority of the general fund budget. That taxes includes property tax and sales tax. I did want to mention the draft that you have. The initial one we did not include the EDC payment. The draft that you have does. Required by law, it's got to be budgeted, payments got to be made. We're going to make it this year to catch up, and then it's in the budget here. So that's something that we added, and it's all good there. The
I
other-
have a,
yeah,
I have a
go ahead.
question. Is it on this screen right here? Which screen is the EDC?
This is revenues currently.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is
So when we
revenue.
get to it, I'll ask my question. Because you do show it on this one, right?
I'm not sure if I show the detail of the revenue in the PowerPoint.
For EDC, right? Their portion.
Yeah, it's just like, I think we budgeted just over $1 million to take in sales tax, and then the EDC portion, we subtract from that 33.
But it's in your draft.
Yes.
Okay.
It's actually in the draft.
And then are you aware that EDC owes the city repayment plan for the loan for $1.5 million?
Yes,
You are, and is it going to be in here?
we're going to get to that one too.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
I have a quick question too, just because these slides aren't matching the printout that I have. So the general fund revenue, is this going to match the general fund summary page that we were given? Basically, this is I'm just asking, is this a summary of what this is?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
Okay.
I know you had a question about like the solid wastes, maybe.
Well, so I guess my initial question, if we're on that piece, is that several revenue categories changed pretty significantly from fiscal year 26 to the projected 27 budget.
Okay.
Taxes went down, franchise fees went up, building inspections went down, but development went up. So I guess my question would be, can you provide to us kind of a high-level overview of the most significant revenue changes that were reflected in this general fund summary?
Yes, let's go focus on development, because that one, we kind of project on what we're collecting this year.
Okay.
And not necessarily like, hey, if we know we're going to build 1,000 homes, are we sure we're going to get 1,000 homes?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to take, you relying on $700,000 of income and put it in the budget when you're not going to get it.
Right.
So we kind of scaled that back from 26 to 27. So that was the development piece. I will say on the development piece also, because we have Bureau Veritas, the expense side is actually mathed so that the markup that we make is kind of the spread between the revenue and expenses.
Okay, so like just for example, since we're on building development
Yeah.
revenue, the 2025-26 said projected roughly 250,000.
Mhm.
For this projected budget, we're at 420,000, almost 421,000. So you said a minute ago that you kind of took it back, but that's actually an increase on the building development, correct?
I think, yes, from the 25, 26
Correct.
projected, yeah, maybe not the last year's budget, because I think last year's budget was higher,
Okay.
if I remember correct.
Last year, well, this says 249,862.
Was that last year's budget or was that last year?
Projected 25-26.
Do we have I don't have the actual like handy doc in front of me.
We'll pair it fast for you.
No, you're good. I'll get to that. I'll circle.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
One of the things too is we updated our building fees, if you remember, just 4 or 5 council meetings ago, because we were not making any money on our permit fees.
Uh-huh.
So we added I think it was a 15% multiplier on top of our expenses to the Bureau Veritas fees.
Mhm.
So we should be seeing an increase in that sense because we were losing money on every single application that was coming to the door because Bureau Veritas was charging us more than we were charging the applicants.
Okay,
And so that alone, you'll see an increase. Now, the development itself might not be more, but how we're actually collecting revenue is categorically different than previous fiscal years.
which is great, in my opinion. That's awesome. But on this, it shows that and I don't know if the other inspection fees are different than inspection fees, but on this printout, it shows projected from last year was 3,480 in inspection fees, and then it went down for projected for this year, 1,391. So I'm just trying to understand
I
why.
need to see it. I need to see what he's talking about. I need to print off that thing.
Yeah.
I'm going to print copies of it.
Oh, no, you're good. I got it right here.
you do one more?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Are you looking at
Yeah.
the general fund summary?
Yeah.
Yes,
Or-
I'm looking at the general fund summary.
Yeah, so, okay, so the building and development revenue,
Mhm.
420 to 249 projected. When I mentioned that I was gonna lower it, I was actually looking at from, hey, what's our budget 25, 26,
Mhm.
which is 796,000. And we lowered it from 796 to 420. Now, we're only projected to bring in 250 this year. But when Hayden and I talked, there's still some things that are developing
Mhm.
this upcoming year. So we thought, hey, we might want to raise that revenue over what we're actually collecting this year. So does that make sense?
Okay.
So I lowered it from 25, 26 budget because we didn't want to put $800,000 in there, you know, when we haven't really been close to hitting that.
So now you're talking about the actual, right? On the actual budget for 24, 25?
I'm talking about the second column is 25, 26 current budget. So
Oh, I
that's
see
your
it. 796.
796.
Okay.
So initially, yeah, 24, 25, you had a good year in development. I'm going to guess you probably built some homes, did some things, right?
Mhm.
So then we projected, 25, 26, we're going to bring in almost 800,000 and we're not even close. So, talking with him, we better lower that to a more reasonable amount. We still think there's going to be permit revenue coming in, just maybe not to the tune of 800,000.
And then on the inspection fees, I don't know if you can see that just a few lines
Yeah.
below where it says projected for 25, 26 was 3,480. And then proposed is 1,391. Can you just help us understand why that went down if we changed the permitting and are expecting, I guess, a higher percentage?
It's probably all in the development. So maybe we ought to break that out for you a little bit better. I think we'll probably do that.
For later? Okay,
Yeah, we go back and break that out for you.
perfect. Thank
Yeah.
you.
I probably kept that line the same as previous budgets. But now that we've kind of done the development stuff, we'll break that out for you.
Perfect. Thanks.
Yeah.
Since we're on that page, may I ask, the transportation roadway impact fees? Why is there no number in that?
It's a great question. So a couple things with that. Yes, I could put a number in there. On our initial roadmap, when I came on board, one of the things was to actually go back and audit everything that you took in for transportation impact fees, where that money went, everything that's been coming out of that account. So for me to put a number in there when I don't really have a clear grasp of where that money is and how that's going to be put in there, I didn't really want to put anything in there yet. Now we sure can before, we finalize the budget. But it is revenue. It is something, if we do collect, you could always go back and amend, especially once we get a handle on the transportation impact fees.
Okay, so our new system, we're going to be able to separate that out and put it into that line item. So for the future, we will have that as a record when we're looking at future budgets.
Yes.
So what I'm hearing you saying is that possibly our financial records were muddied and it's very difficult to dissect where everything went to, came from.
Right. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. You guys have a Texpool account, right? I believe Texpool account.
Techstar.
Mhm.
Techstar. And I think that money some of it was roadway impact fees. I don't know whether it all was. I don't know how much of it is.
I think all of it was, if I remember
So
right.
if it is all is, there's been some money coming out for the EDC stuff. So I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know exactly how much money belongs in
I
that
could
place.
be wrong.
okay. Thank you.
So yes, kind of left that one on the table.
Okay.
I had another question on the expenditure by department, and we're looking at general admin for 25, 26 projected. It was at 869,414.
Mhm.
and then it increased by about $220,000 to 1.89 million.
Yep.
Can you put any color on that $220,000 increase on expenditures for that? That line?
That's gonna be the positions that I'm gonna show you that are budgeted in here.
Okay.
So your city secretary, your assistant city secretary, the city manager, and there's one more. Is it the permit?
Utility clerk?
Utility budgeted a little bit different,
Oh,
but the permit tech, or
Oh, gotcha.
that's an admin too.
Okay.
So there's a big portion of it right there.
Okay.
And there's some other line items I would like to walk through as we kind of go through
Okay.
as well. So,
Thank you.
and if he ever gets back, I can click forward.
Well, while he's gone,
Yeah.
can we look at the council mayor section where that says it was 76,554 projected, and now it's gone to 58,235?
they took away the stipends last year.
Which stipends?
Stipends that council and the mayor used to have. I thought that's what they did last year.
Is that what
That's why
happened?
it's different.
I think there was a portion that's, I don't know if it was the mayor or somebody got actually paid for meetings,
Mhm.
like when they actually came in here for each
All
meeting.
council and mayor used to get paid
They still do.
stipends.
They still do.
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Let me
Well, you
finish
still
my
get
comment.
paid,
Yeah.
like this still has a budget to get paid. It just doesn't have the additional, it has like your base.
Gotcha.
So if there's anything additional we need to add to that, that's still on the table, and Hayden's probably gonna know the answer to that.
Yeah.
More than I will.
I know that they changed, the mayor no longer gets the $500 a month vehicle allowance.
Mm-hmm.
And previously, the council members were getting a stipend for the month, but then each extra meeting, they
Was-
were getting an additional
125 or
$150
150. Yeah.
per council member for every special meeting. So I'm assuming those two things are going to add up.
But I thought that last year, I have to check my records, but I thought they had voted to do away with the stipends.
I checked the
No.
ordinances, and there are no ordinance changes that are posted that speaks to
Okay.
that.
I'll
There's
look.
the standard stipend per council member. There's no longer an additional special meeting stipend, and that is in the
So that
agendas
could-
and meeting policy.
That could probably be it then.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
yes,
I
it will
remember
be lower.
something to that effect.
It
yes,
will be
'cause
lower,
it was much higher in 24, 25 actuals.
yes.
And then 26, 27 is lower, and then
Yeah.
your base is in this budget.
I mean,
Yeah.
this is definitely headed in the right direction, in my opinion. I just was trying to get some
Yeah.
better understanding of like why that happened.
Now,
So I appreciate it.
with that line item too, and some of the expenditures, was it all just stipends, or was it
Actually, it's gonna be less.
food, snacks? Do you know if there was additional charges to that mayor, council member line
That
item?
particular line item was the actual payroll.
Just the payroll?
Yes.
Thank you.
And for the record, the former mayor made 62,500 last year with a credit card. And then in 2020, that was 2024. And in 2025, she exceeded that salary and still had a credit card. So that's why you see those high numbers for the previous year.
That is correct.
We're ready. I see that number. The reason why you go from 3,480 to 1,391,
Mhm.
if you look at the previous actuals, 1,391 is more in line with 1,321 and 1,450. So the goal is you align your revenues with the least of the likely. So if you have a high year, you wouldn't then make your budget this year based on an anomaly, because if you budget for that and it doesn't come in, then you've now sold yourself out $2,000. So the goal here would be you come in shorter on your projection of revenue and hope that somehow we come in 3 times over.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that at all. But based on the permitting comment that you made and the
Sure.
increase that we should be getting,
I have no
I just wanna
idea
make
what
sure.
other inspection fees are, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because our typical building and development revenue is going to come from Bureau Veritas. So that could be a very specific niche per inspection that we're doing, whether it be septic or something random. Whereas the line item that is the $420,000 is solely what is coming from the transaction from Bureau Veritas working as an inspector of buildings.
Mhm.
So I would have to figure out what that $1,300 is even generating from. It obviously has a number in the previous year, so it's something,
Yeah.
but it could be very much a one-off, once a year thing that we're doing for somebody that is not a typical inspection that we perform.
Okay.
Yeah, I told Mark we'll figure that out for him.
Thank you.
All right, next one. Yeah, expenditures. General administration is still the highest as far as expenditures in this budget. PD is a second to that. I know we've made some changes in this budget to PD, so that's probably why it's not reflected, the opposite way. But, Mark asked the question, I hate you weren't here, but, why general administration's got up a little bit. There's now 4 salaries in there in that line item. So we'll kind of roll through that a little bit. All right, you can go to the next one. All right, property tax and sales tax. Like I said at the start, property tax, you're going to have to go to the no new revenue rate. You don't really have a choice. They imposed that penalty this year. We should still be fine. I'm pretty confident that with this budget, we'll still be fine at that no new revenue rate. You're very fortunate that you did the de minimis rate last year. Very fortunate, or we would be in a lot more world of hurt than we are right now. So with that being said, no new revenue rates on the table makes it a lot easier to go through the whole adoption process of the tax rate, but doesn't really give you the extra 3.5% that you can get. Sales tax. Sales tax, we budgeted $1,050,000 or $1,050,000, however you want to say it. The EDC transfers budgeted in there, as you can see, the $346,000 that's coming out of that sales tax. I do know, Hayden and I have talked. There's a taxpayer out there hanging out there that's not included in this budget. You get that money, that's kind of going to be all gravy to the budget. It's not included in this budget at all. We don't really want to rely on that, right? So we take sales tax. That's kind of our bread and butter as a company. We do that, sales tax for a lot of customers around Texas, over 300. So we're kind of confident that we can kind of forecast, hey, $1,050,000 is probably going to be pretty close, unless you start bringing in some extra businesses and all that stuff. But we're pretty comfortable with the sales tax number. All right.
Real quick, I have a question on, if it's okay, on the interest income line for that general fund revenue.
Yeah.
So it was projected in 25-26 at 78,574, and then it went significantly down to 20,000
Yep.
on the interest income.
Yep.
Help me understand that. Where does that come from?
So the Techstar that you guys have was budgeted in the general fund as income last year for the interest. And this year, we're going to try to take that out because that money belongs in the transportation fund,
Okay,
right?
that's
So,
fair.
20,000, we think we could probably still invest some money here, over the course of just earning interest and stuff like that. I think that's probably fair. So that's why that dropped from there to there.
Would
Perfect.
it also be that our earned interest income is tremendously lower because we no longer have the savings
That as well.
dollar amount in our account to be earning interest? I mean, if we're broke, you're going to earn a lot less interest. And previously, there was 3 million, 1 million, different amounts in that account earning interest. So we will definitely earn a lot less with less money to start with.
That's correct. And interest rates have gone down as well. So,
Do we know what the Techstart balance is currently?
I believe it's still 1.1, I believe. It
1.1.
hasn't changed in over a year.
It's paying about 3.7%, 3.6% right now.
Okay.
So
So whatever it was in December of last year, whenever the last transfer happened, it's the same number, excluding any interest gains since that date. But it has not, nothing's come out of it since last year. I think it was either last December or last November. There was like a $50,000 transfer out of it, but it hasn't changed since then.
Thank you. Oh, and one last question. Sorry, before we move on to that next page. So the subtotal planning and development line on the bottom of that page, where it went from 797,350 down to 422,371. So I'm just trying to understand that too, because we're thinking that, or we're hoping and projecting that development is going to increase for this year, but that line item looks to me like it's going down.
Yeah, so the current budget for 25-26 shows $630,000 in revenue for building permits. We're not going to hit that number. So what you're seeing is a current budget that was accepted at 630, and we're taking a more modest $250,000 approach because we're not going to get $630,000 in revenue that was proposed in last year's budget. So this is,
So we've slowed down a little bit, if I'm hearing it right.
I would say tremendously, we are COing and building less homes currently in this cycle of building. And I can tell you there's pre-con for another phase of Marigold that's supposed to happen. So they're going to start building more homes. But in terms of what has been built and what is being built, we're kind of in an in-between where things that were built 2 or 3 years ago are selling and getting filled with COs. Now for the last like 3 or 4 months, there's been less permits for new construction. That's going to change again because the next phase of these developments are starting to come through and build again. So this is very typical. But again, the goal here is you would underestimate your revenue, and then you hope that either interest rates drop for new builds or they sell quickly and they build more. So this will be a direct reflection of the housing market. So we're taking a more conservative approach, which is why our expenditures and revenues line up a little more in the hope that we do have more building permits for next year. Because if we come in higher on revenue, our expenses should stay the same since we're passing through 99.9% of our expenses in terms of permitting.
Okay, thank you.
sounds
May I-
like, maybe if we, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, but it sounds like if we get a little more detail on maybe what we're thinking as far as development, we could probably provide that to you. So,
Yeah, no, that was
okay.
that was great. That's what I was needing to hear and wanting to hear.
Anecdotally, my first month in February, I was signing probably 10 to 15 COs per every other day. I'm signing one a week at best right now.
And when you say CEO, just for the public,
Certificate of occupancy. So when
Thank
a house is finished with their construction, BV goes in there and does one final inspection to make sure it's safe to occupy. That then gets signed by the city affirming those final inspections happened. That is a direct reflection of how many homes are being finished in the city. So in February, I was doing probably 20 or 30 every couple of weeks, and now I'm doing 1 or 2 every couple of weeks. So it is, but again, it's just the cycle of building. So we are now closing out what was being built 2 years ago, and now they're just going to start the next phase.
If I may ask, so on that page where I'm looking at the general fund, the revenue for planning and development, and we have the proposed 422, 371 is at the bottom number there. But when we do it where it's the summary says 429.80. For what reason would those numbers not match?
I believe, I don't have my calculator, but I wonder if the inspection fees plus the building and development revenue add up to the 422.
I don't see the inspection fees broken out, but yeah, do those two add up to that?
Yeah, so
Okay.
sign, I guess it'd be sign permits and structure fees.
Thank you.
There you go. All right, let's go to the next one. This one took me a little bit of untangling to kind of get you a number that I feel comfortable with. If you look at the 24 audit, your unrestricted fund balance is going to show you like $4 million. That is made up of the receivable from the EDC. I did not want to include that in what you actually have available to spend because that's being paid over the course of X number of years, right? So I backed that out. So in reality, I mean, the fund balance of the general fund is only about 900,000. And the GFOA recommends about 90 days of operating reserves to have. So 90 days of your budget. Okay, so that's about 747,000. So you don't have much wiggle room there to play with. You're still above the 90 days, which is fine, but there's really not a lot of wiggle room. It would probably be nice if I was prepared to go back and look at how much you've had in the past and where it's come down, but I don't have that. But that's where we kind of stand right now. And I did want to tell you, there's $1.12 million in the bank. I think I looked this morning. So just let you know. All right, next slide. I have a couple of slides on the personnel because there were some questions on what that looks like, how we're going to handle that in this budget. So kind of bear with me. This is not the actual dollar figure because I think some questions arose from what salaries or what dollar figures. So this is just the actual number of people included in this particular budget. So police has 4, public works 2, administration 4, utilities, solid waste 1, and then council and mayor 6, down from 21 that were budgeted in 2026.
In reality, it's actually 5 less because the temporary city secretary, while it is being paid for, is not a permanent full-time position. So it's technically 5 less in terms of what is a full fiscal year. It's just we're paying for it, so you have to account for it. But in terms of regular employees who are not temporary full-time, it's 5 less than the last budget.
And then are we going to run any kind of models to see what the police department would look like with 3 police officers in reserve, and public works, what it would look like with just 1?
I got you. It's coming.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
All right, we'll go to just kind of the next slide. Just kind of to sum it up, your property tax rate last year was about 18 cents. It's probably going to be right around there. I mean, I guess it's going to go down a little bit, the actual tax rate, just because of compression. Solid waste rate we left unchanged. I know we talked about the building permits, the EDC transfers in there, and then, the sales tax we've already talked about. Just kind of wanted to kind of sum all that stuff up before we kind of go into some of the questions that I'm going to answer as far as modeling things and stuff. So we could skip this one, and then we can skip the next one, and then we can get into, there was a question on reconciling, the revenue versus the expenditures and the surplus. Is utility fund expense included while its revenue is listed separately? It is all in here. Okay, so the utility fund revenue is in that $3 million. The utility fund expense is in that $3 million. So I just kind of wanted to clarify that. We don't have, a lot of cities have water and sewer, electric, right? Those are actually separate funds. We keep the solid waste all in the general fund. Up really to your discretion. If you want me to break that out too, we sure can. That really doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah, so typically when you have a water and sewer enterprise, the city would break out those into enterprise accounts, and then the money is restricted only to things that touch water and sewer. So if salaries touch water and sewer, you can allocate that, and then that money is for equipment, repairs. In our case, since we're only working with trash, it's best that it's just in the general fund because most of our employees will work with trash in some factor, whether they're delivering trash cans, taking payments. So it's easy to justify trash revenue being inside of our general fund. And when we say they're expenditures, so for people who don't know how our trash services work, we have a trash provider. It's Waste Connections, and they bill us for the service that then we bill the residents. So they have a rate per trash can pickup that then we have a fee that we add on top of their fee, and then we bill our customers in our city. So when we say there's expenses for trash, it's because they're billing us also. So there is kind of a multifaceted billing happening. So the residents pay us, and then we pay Waste Connections a portion of that bill. Just so you guys, when you consider why is there expenses for a trash service, that's what it is. It's a pass-through. We pay, I think it's 70 or 80% of the total trash bill will go to Waste Connections.
May I ask, in regards to the trash, do we pay for the dumpsters being out here?
The big one,
Yes.
we do not. So that was part of their original contract. So they agree to service that. I think it's 50 times per year, which comes up to twice a week. So the city is getting 2 free pickups per week and exchanges of that dumpster. Not typical for trash companies to do that. Typically what they do, which they actually prefer, is doing bulk pickups throughout the year. And they'll say you get 2 or 3 of those per cycle. This is actually better for our residents because if you have a means to bring it here, you can bring it. If it's not hazardous, you can just drop it off. So this is actually a better benefit for our residents than just doing a bulk pickup once every month or 2 months.
Hayden, just so that so I'm clear, actually, because this does get a little bit confusing as it relates to the expenditure side of the waste and then the revenue side. But on the annual budget page where it says the 25-26 current budget was at 615,000, and then we're projected for 26-27 to go to 638,450. Is that an increase in the expenditures or an increase in the revenues?
That is if you look at on the utility fund solid waste revenue page. So we're
Okay,
projecting that as more homes come online and more commercial comes online,
perfect.
we're projecting a 6% growth rate, right? Which is that is reasonable to expect that we'll grow 6% in accounts between now and the next fiscal year. And so people all know as well, one commercial account is the equivalent of 5 or 6 residential accounts, right? So if one business comes online, that is $1,000 versus $35, $34. So that is the percent change. As homes get CO'd, they need trash. So I think just the last 4 or 5 days, we've signed on 18 new trash accounts. So they'll just continue to come in at a rate. The thing is, you don't want to be over ambitious and then construction stop. So 6% growth is a reasonable growth metric.
Sure. And then in terms of start and stop fees, do we have those in place or are those non-existent?
So currently I believe in our fee schedule, there is no start fee. And there is, I think, a reconnect fee if you are delinquent, and there's a late fee that is in there. But currently, for someone to apply for trash, you just come in with an application, you get trash cans. So there is no initial startup fee. A lot of times also is depending on what the trash company charges you for startup, and there is no startup. We just give them accounts for who gets serviced.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we go to the next question. Question on fund balances. So I kind of went over the $900,000 already. What you'll probably see when you get there, when you get to the audit's done, you're going to probably see somewhere around $3 million. You're going to have to I took out the EDC piece of that to be a little more realistic. So there was a question on where you want to end this year. You're going to end seeing $3 million, but in reality, it's probably going to be 900 to 1.1 million that you actually have to spend. Okay. All right, next slide. I had a lot of questions on what's included in this budget. Now, I'll get Hayden to email all this to you all after this is over, so you can go back through this. If you don't have it already, I don't know if you have it already. But these are the positions, these are the departments, this is the base salary, and these are the benefits included for each position in this budget. There were some questions on modeling some different scenarios, which I'll get to, but as the budget stands in front of you, this is what's in there.
So the total compensation is the cost to the city.
That's correct. That would be
Okay.
TMRS, health insurance, taxes, all the things.
What is the benefits on the mayor and council members?
So question on that, do y'all pay payroll tax or is it a strict 1099?
They are W-2 employees.
If you're W-2, then those will be the payroll taxes the city's responsible for.
So there's 2 ways to pay your council. It's either stipends and you're 1099 as like a contractor, or you're an actual employee of the city and the city pays payroll taxes. Historically, the city has always had it to where you guys are actually treated as employees in terms of payroll, which means we pay payroll taxes to pay that.
Is that something we would want to consider changing?
That is completely up to you guys how you would prefer that. So you guys can so essentially what would happen is you would get whatever your stipend is monthly, no taxes withdrawn from it, right? It would just be a flat thing that then you have to on your own withhold when you pay your taxes at the end of the year. So this is an easier way for you guys to have your taxes withdrawn through the money But you can also just get what would be, so in your case, $600 or $500 per month, and there'd be no taxes withheld. But at the end of the tax year, you'll have to claim all that money and then figure out what taxes you owe on your own.
I don't think I meant that. I think maybe for a clarification piece, if council members and mayor are employees of the city, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're getting the benefits.
No. When I say as an employee, it's how we do the payroll. So
Right.
your pay is in the same payroll calculation as everybody else as an employee, right? So you're not getting the benefits, but how we do your actual pay is no different than anybody else who's getting a paycheck from the city of Uhland. The difference is there's no benefits being added on to your guys' payroll. So
Right.
if you're going to go into FundView and see how it is, it's whatever your monthly rate is. And then in that, there's a withholding number if you choose to file as married, single, with dependents. And then after that, the city of Uhland will then pay payroll taxes as if you were a city employee. So you're not a city employee per se, but how we pay that money out is how a city employee pays out. And typically that's done because it's just cumbersome for y'all to have to figure out at the end of the year how that money affects your overall income when you pay taxes. Because that'd be 100% untaxed money that has to go in your guys' tax roll. Again, for me, no difference how I do it. It's more for you guys to figure out if you want to pay taxes now or later.
You'd be paying self-employment tax.
Do what?
You'd be paying self-employment tax on that money. Instead, you're not. So,
I have another question. I would like to see the assistant city secretary where you have parentheses new. I would like for you to put temporary assistant city secretary because that's the way we had it on the agenda.
got it.
And then the other thing is, I think you're gonna have to add another line because we're gonna be hiring a temporary interim city administrator. So heads up.
I do know, like I said, there was a lot of questions on this particular piece. So when you get this, you can kind of comb through that and feel free to ask anything else.
And one more.
Yeah.
I think, did we already, Rodriguez is gone?
He accepted the position. He's still here until August 15th.
Okay, so do we need to revise the budget
So
after he's gone
it's
or?
critical to consider that you don't budget people, you budget positions.
Well, that's the position I'm talking about.
Yes, but his position will continue to exist in his departure because Emmons will step in and fill that position.
Oh, that's right, the
Now,
reserve.
One thing that we need to consider though is we're gonna have 4 employees over there, so we do need to reconcile how that's gonna work out for us. Because right now we're budgeting 3, which is what we talked about before, but I definitely think we should somehow find a way to have 4 officers. So that's just for further discussion for us to talk about through this budget. This was presented to you guys to find a way to make the budget whole, but I truly believe that 4 officers is definitely a good landing spot for us to be in. So this was thrown to you guys as a way to say, here's balanced. Now we can discuss as a group how you guys feel that. My advice is I definitely think there should be 4 officers, but if you guys feel differently, then we can discuss.
I would like to see 4 officers. I think that that's a requirement for safety for the officers, safety for the city of Uhland. That's my personal opinion. I would like to see that. And as far as where else in the budget we can cut, I'm going to ask you for some proposals so that we can, balance a budget, because I also do want a balanced budget.
Sure.
I want to make sure with the police officers because I'm seeing 85,000 and that's probably like a detective level, and then 70,000 a year. Are those typical standards in the area? Because and I know I say this a lot, you guys, and I do apologize, but it's difficult for me to see somebody that's a facilities manager, public works, making $12,000 a year more than a police officer who puts their life on the line and serves and protects our community. So I mean, and I haven't seen a Public Works Director's job description. I have requested it in the past, but I'm wondering if those Public Works numbers are where they should be, or if they should be lowered. And then with that $57,000 projected overage that we have in our current budget, we can put in the fourth police officer and potentially give them a little bump up in their salaries.
One point of correction, I'm realizing in real time right now that, how these numbers are picked was, these are from the actual budget, from how we actually pay the employees. One thing I'm realizing is we're not accounting for, so we took two of the $70,000 employees, but they're all kind of in different ranges. It's actually one $75,000 employee, then 170,000, and then 185. So we need to at least amend one of these to 75, because as people left, follow my brain here. So we had two people leave. Their salaries are reflected here, but the people who are still here, their salaries are actually higher than who left. So we just need to update that. It's about $5,000 difference. To answer your other question about Public Works, if you recall, these already are reduced salaries.
Yes.
And so I think if the goal is to keep reducing, the question then becomes, do you want that department and have it wholly outsourced? Because as you reduce so much, it becomes from 100, regardless of the opinion if they're overpaid or not, to go from 100,000 to 60 is a $40,000 cut. That is a substantial, at that point, are you just cutting the whole group? So that's just something to consider, is so much cutting becomes, you might just cut the whole department, because for lack of better terms, it becomes a little bit of a slap in the face to say, hey, take $40,000 and stay here. So I do think if the goal is to keep reducing, we can, but then just turns into, do you just want one employee there and then use that savings? That can be discussed as well. But just know that if you keep reducing, you're going to end up with not having that employee anyways, because you're kind of quasi forcing them out through salary adjustments.
Well, and I do understand that, and I certainly don't want to slap anybody in the face, and I don't want it to be perceived as anything negative towards an individual. But you yourself mentioned, we're looking at these as positions and not the people in the position. So if they were, in the council's opinion, overpaid, or the salary line for that particular position is overpaid, I should say, then we should do a correction this year so that then that's what the position pays. People can decide whether they will accept it or not. And then next year, we're not addressing this again as to, okay, we didn't want to cut too much because I didn't want to slap somebody.
Yeah.
But we need to look at the job description, the position itself, not the person in it. And I do hope that they do understand it's nothing personal, because I really don't know the people in these positions. I've probably said hi to them, but I don't know them. And I hope that they understand it's nothing personal. But I would want to make sure that those salaries match the job that they're doing.
Sure.
And then can we take that funds to support, like I said, the police department, an additional officer, and look at that, because like I said, I haven't seen the job description. So is $82,000?
So if you look at TML salary survey, that's definitely higher. It's probably 20,000 more than what would be an average facility manager. So again, as you move down on the scale, we can get there. It's just know that if that happens, you will have a vacant department, which again, might not be the worst thing in the world,
Right.
considering, but just know that you'll run out of people to do things for the city. So sometimes the city does pay a premium to keep people just doing something. But again, if we want to move and shake things, that's great. I think we should definitely, this is a great time for us to identify what are the priorities and what is the most important for us to spend on. But just realizing that as you lose people, you'll have to then post it, hire it, bring somebody else in, learn new things. So there is a premium to be paid for someone who's been here for 8 or 9 years, right? So let's hypothetically say this person was brought in at $60,000 7 years ago. They're likely at this pay had they been hired at where it was supposed to be 6 or 7 years ago. So
Well, I think you also have to remember though that they were hyperinflated with some prior administrations.
Yeah.
And their titles don't reflect exactly what they do because we don't have wastewater
Yeah.
and water,
Yeah.
right? We have basically maintenance guys that are paid as public works guys.
Yep, which is why
And
they're
you don't have to
listed.
necessarily drop them to 40. You could make it 60. But I mean, that's a conversation that we all have to have.
That would, I strongly feel about that, however, everybody else's opinion is. And like I said, my heart goes out. I don't want to hurt somebody, but I would rather take care of it all in one year so that people can make the decisions rather than, we change it a little. And then next year, when we're looking at our budget, we're like, okay, that's still inflated. Let's change it again. And then I think that that's more of a slap in the face to somebody if we don't just, let's make it according to the job description.
Sure.
And then everybody can decide what they want to do.
And if you see, we are changing it from public works to facility maintenance manager and then
Thank you
facility
very
maintenance.
much. I appreciate
So
that.
that does allow us to justify more the salary.
Yes.
So if the goal from this meeting is to continue to reduce or cut, just as this group discusses, let us know and then we can keep paring this down. So your question about how we get to the fourth officer, Doug and I spitballed ideas, and the easiest way to do that is you can cut council mayor salaries in half, and then you move the public works out one more position, and then now you have a fully funded fourth position. So that is how you can do it with existing money. The problem turns into now that if we are going to look to hire an interim temporary city administrator, that is just more money that we're going to have to try to move around. Keeping in mind, though, that there is a $56,000 surplus that's here. So at that point, it's just what I said earlier, which is you can cut council half, cut another position, and then now you have a fully funded police
And
department.
I just want to make one more comment real quick while we're on this subject, because I don't disagree with what you're saying, but there's a lot of things that I would like. I would like a bigger police force, but the question is, can we afford that? And so as a council, I think collectively we have to come together and say, well, what are the priorities? And right now, I would say the top priority is finding an interim city administrator over an additional officer right now. And then once we get our feet underneath us and we clean up this huge mess that we inherited, and a year goes around and we generate more revenues and we're smarter with our budgets and utilize the different things that Hayden has kind of blessed our city with in terms of fixing it. Well, then next year we can have these conversations about, I think it's much easier once we get this fixed to have those types of conversations. But I think it's vital that we really prioritize what we have to have right now, because
Right.
we're in a real pinch.
Right. And the interim city administrator is going to come out of the city administrator's budget item, because we're no longer going to be paying the current city administrator. So we have $160,000 in that budget line item,
Which
Plus-
likely
plus,
we're-
plus benefits.
we're going to have to pay anyways.
which is
To
going
the
to go
interim,
to
so.
the interim instead of going to the city administrator.
Okay, that's
So
fair.
to me, that's kind of a wash.
Mhm.
And I would rather not remove another maintenance employee. As you mentioned, if we can cut another employee out of there. I would rather not do that and leave us shorthanded. I would rather, again, make the budget amount, salary, match their job description. So they're a maintenance person. I understand and I appreciate all the work that they do. And I understand that they have skills, but let's, to me, keep the two positions in the maintenance department so that they have backup and they have assistants, but let's make the salaries more in line with their job descriptions. And then I think we can balance
And the
budget
size of the
better.
city, and the size of the city as well, I would say.
So
In line.
from here, I need a number though. So do you have a number that you got? So just to figure out the delta real fast. So just to apply a number to what we're trying to get to. So like we said, there's $56,000 that's not being allocated anywhere right now. So you likely need $91,000 to get there. So what
Right.
that means is we're about $35,000 away from fully funding that fourth officer.
Right.
So what that turns into is there's a lot of little cuts you can do or big cuts. Again, my advice would be you can, if you want to reduce the public works manager and worker a little bit And then the question then becomes, do you want to reduce the council piece at all? So 'cause that again is just kind of low hanging money that you guys can just allocate. But again, it's up to you guys to decide that. But that is money that we can just say goes to this position. Now it's fully funded, or we can cut another person's salary. Now, another thing to keep in mind is the interim assistant city secretary is also not a permanent position. So that position likely is not going to last the full fiscal year. Because again, we didn't put a time limit, but it's not forever. So that in itself might have either 80,000 in savings or 20,000 in savings. So you are a lot closer than you think you are than not having to do a bunch of sweeping cuts. It's just, we just need to figure out what those cuts are going to be. So I guess in your whiteboard of your brain, we have $56,000 of savings that we can just apply right now. And that's also not including the EDC $100,000, correct?
That is not in here, no.
So that is another $100,000. So we're actually, so back up. We can afford the fourth person right now with the EDC transfer that's supposed to come to us monthly and the savings. We just need to know that you guys want that in there so we can budget for it. And you can not touch anything else, or you can add it and then do the cuts you've discussed as well, if they're still what you want to see from a parity standpoint.
Correct. And my opinion would be we can fund it, let's add the fourth police officer. They need support, they need backup. It's a dangerous position. My recommendation is, I believe I heard you say the maintenance director, typically in this area, city this size, if I heard you correctly, you said it's around $60,000.
It's in the 60s, so between 60 and probably 68, I imagine is like that. And if the direction is to go find the TML average of a city of 5,000 population and make that work, I can do that.
In the
Or-
maintenance, not the public works department. So, I mean, to me, we can go and this is just me speaking, but we can go to 62,000 on the the maintenance director, and then, like 55,000 or something like that, 52,000 for the assistant or whatever you call it, the worker person.
Sure.
Because based on what I've heard, those would be numbers that are in line. And I understand that we're going to lose them, but I think we will have a lot of people applying for that position. Another comment that I wanted to make about the assistant city secretary is that we have it funded at a high number, 85, but we have such a small staff and administration. We eventually are probably going to want, and I don't know what the terminology would be, an office assistant, somebody to help with the phone, somebody to help with typing, somebody to help with billing, somebody to help with a multitude of different things. But of course, it wouldn't be at that $85,000 salary. So we can keep that line item in there, but it will be a salary that is tremendously lower
Sure.
once we get a city secretary in place. And so we will have funds left over from that.
Yes.
As you mentioned.
I would like to share. For the record, I brought up an agenda item multiple times last year to address the high salaries. The last administration did not do that. And we're we're facing to make those hard decisions ourselves now. And I want to read something from page 22 from the personnel policy, section B. Excuse me. Cost of living increases. Cost of living increases are discretionary and not guaranteed. The city council shall consider a cost of living increase during each budget planning cycle and may authorize cost of living increases based upon the city's budgetary constraints. My thing is that when I tried during the budget planning cycle to discuss the high salaries because the city was on fumes financially and could not sustain those salaries last year, what pops up to me from the personnel policy, what I just read, is based upon the city's budgetary constraints. And so that's what I'm looking at, is that decisions have to be made. They're hard decisions. It's not personal. This is a business, and council has to make those hard decisions because they weren't made last year.
Wait, can we give him a mic? Because YouTube people can't hear you unless you speak.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so I have input. I can't see that. Hayden, could you, because I can't see the breakdown, so I can give the exact breakdown of the officers' salaries in comparison and so forth. Those just police officers. Okay. So, the police chief, so I currently make 138,000. So, and I guess it's 100,000, that's what's the proposal, I guess, where they're proposing? Okay, and who's that coming from? The 100,000?
That was a proposed reduction in one of the previous meetings that was discussed.
Okay, I'll get back to that in a little bit. And then, so currently, right now, our corporals make 85,000. So we have two corporals. Corporal Munoz makes 85,000, and Corporal Howe makes 80,000. Now, the reason Corporal Howe makes 80,000 is because he was originally hired for to be our investigator. He decided he wanted to be traffic enforcement and be out there more in the streets. So Officer Booth at the time was making 70,262. So he gave up 5,000 of his salary so she could be then the investigator. So she makes 75,262. And then Officer Rodriguez currently makes 70,262. When he leaves the San Marcos, he'll be making over 92,000. So good for him. So our salaries right now are on the low end. I will tell you that, because any of these officers can go to another police department and make what Rodriguez is making. But the officers that I have now, they want to stay here. They've told me that they like Uhland, even though they can go make lateral, so with all their experience, make a lot more money. But they want to stay here. They want to work. They like the leadership here. They want to work for me. They want to work. They want to work for the community. They want to stay here, because I'm surprised that they just haven't all up and left, to be honest with you. But I've told them that I don't blame them. You got to take care you and your family come first. I said, but I appreciate you guys sticking around. Detective Boo, she's a great detective. You see the cases I post on our website, where she recently worked that case with that sexual offender and many other sexual offenders. And the DA is trying to scoop her up for a good reason, Hays County DA, because she's a great investigator and it's looking good for her. I can't say she's going to get the job, but it's looking good for her because they reached out to her, the Hays County DA. So those are the accurate salaries that I told you. Now, when I left my last department, I got recruited to be police chief here. I was a sergeant making about a little over 100,000. And I built the police department from the ground up. And a police chief, I don't know if you guys know this, but I have a lot of liability on my shoulders, a lot of liability. I'm responsible for the whole police department, my officers and so forth. And it just goes on and on. I meet with all the other heads of departments in Hays County, the sheriff, San Marcos PD, all the chiefs. And I'm on several boards, and I have meetings with the CEC, which is the dispatch services for Hays County. So I'm involved in all that. So, and I will give you a little breakdown. So first, let's go back to police officers. So like I said, they can go anywhere and make more money, but they still want to stay here. They're willing to stick it out with me and still serve this community because they like working here. As far as my position, like I told you, where I came from, I was making that. San Marcos police chief, mind you, it's a bigger department. I understand that. He makes over $200,000. That's the police chief. But we all, even though we're small, I'm a small department, I'm still dealing with the same things that they do. The crime, the shooting we investigated, getting Texas Rangers involved, all that, everything. Buda police chief makes over 170,000. Kyle police chief makes over 180,000. And I'm happy with where I'm at 138. Could I go somewhere and make more? Yeah. But I've told Hayden and I've told other city council members and my officers that I built this department from the ground up and I love it here. I want to continue to serve the community, and the community needs us, because before I started the police department, I had numerous residents tell my police officers and myself that they call Hays County, Caldwell County, and they wouldn't get anywhere. So they were afraid to call the police because they wouldn't get anywhere. As soon as we opened up, they were like ecstatic. They were happy. We're answering calls, and we already had to scale back, which is fine. We're working with what we have now, working until 6 p.m. only, and Hays County having to cover. So we're okay with that. I've talked to my officers that I have in place now. They're okay with working those hours, and they just, don't want any other disruption. I mean, and I get it. I get that the city when I was hired, I've told you guys this before, I was told that the city has deep pockets. That's what I was told, right? That's what I was told. So I come to find out and coming attending the city council meetings and everything, that wasn't true. So I'm willing to work, and I have been. So when we lost the other officers, we've already saved the city over $209,000 with not having a police secretary, which I don't need because I can do those, those duties. And then the two officers are 70,262 each. So about a savings of 209,000. So I just wanted to let you guys know that our salaries we're comfortable with our salaries right now. Officers would like a raises, but we know that's not feasible at this time. They would like the 2-to-1 that they were promised in the beginning, but I know that's not feasible. I mean, they haven't had raises over 2 years, and they still want to stick it out and stick around. But I will tell you, if cuts start happening, I'll start losing officers because I don't know how much more they can take. But right now, the officers that I have, they want to stay. And the reserve, who knows what's going on, he was right away. He quit. He already put his notice in, a month notice in, and to fill Rodriguez's position. He wants to come on knowing the financial, burden that we have right now. So that's all I have to say.
Chief, I had some questions.
Sure.
Would you say if we were to go ahead and decrease the salaries on some of the officers, do you think, I guess you already had answered that we would probably be likely looking at losing some officers?
Oh, yes, definitely.
And would you say that if we were, let's say we lost those officers, I don't know if you could put a scale of like 1 to 10, how difficult do you think it would be to find officers that would take the 1-to-1 current match and with that lower salary?
I will tell you, it wouldn't be difficult, but you know what you'd be getting? Rejects from other departments, gypsy cops.
Okay. Ones that have got criminal complaints.
Not anything criminal, but like they've been fired for just
disciplinary
subordination,
actions.
exactly.
Okay.
And I don't hire those people.
Yeah, we don't
those
want
kind of
those.
people. No.
Okay.
I want to add something to Police Chief. Thank you for sharing that information. I also want to say that the comparisons that are made with other cities and their salaries that they're getting is not a true accurate picture reflecting the city of Uhland, because the city of Uhland is in a crisis, was in a crisis last year. They barely made payroll. You may not have known, a lot of people may not have known that. I knew that because I was on the financial committee and I saw the bank balance. And it was a Hail Mary moment for the whole year. So we don't want to go through that again.
No, I understand.
And we shouldn't have to. And right now, we do not have any reserves. We have a bank balance, but aside from payroll, the city this size has multiple obligations that they still have to pay.
I'm aware
And
of
so we want to make sure that we
Oh,
don't,
yes.
we want to make smart decisions, better decisions, and they're hard decisions to make. This is not easy. I've said this before. I said this last year. Once we get everything back in order, we can revisit salaries. We can revisit hiring more people, but we don't want to run out of money like they did last year.
Understandable.
Thank you.
Point of continuation about what you had asked about the salary. So just to clarify, there is no adjustment to active police officer salaries. So this is only showing those. I said earlier why those numbers are off. The only salaries that really were not changing were the police officers. So, and then obviously the police chief salary coming down, which I believe is off of TML salary surveys is how we base that. So you can go on TML, you can search position, population, and then you can look at every salary of that population group. Then you look at regions. So bad comparison of regions is like the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex of a city of our size, not really comparable. The Highland Lakes area, not a comparable city for us. So you can actually get into that level of detail when you compare salaries to see where we're at. And what we saw, the range was 80 to 120 for the chief salary. That's how we got to that number. And so again, not concrete. This was talked about previously in a previous council meeting. That's why we're at the number we're at now. We can find more money to make that work. Again, this is 100% how you guys want this budget to go. My task is to bring you guys a budget that is balanced and is going to work. I don't want to have any guesses. I don't want to have anything that might be we didn't account for that. this is how we get to that number that is balanced. We can keep moving things around to get there, but this was the most sensible way to get there. So we can, again, it's a working draft. We can do anything you guys want.
Hey, Hayden, I would like to go through, I don't know if this has already been done yet or not, but I would like to go through every single position, every single line, and do what you were just saying and see what is comparable for this size city anywhere
Sure.
else in Texas.
We actually, Doug and I have done
And then-
that. We have that. I can
and
email you
then-
guys after this.
And then from there, then we can see where we can make cuts from there
Sure.
and what seems realistic. But I mean, I think that would be good. And then especially with the one that stuck out to me the most was the facility maintenance manager. You're saying that he's averaging 20,000 over the average salary. That one definitely needs to be looked at. But I do agree with the two maintenance workers, looking at reclassifying their names in the role, switching it from Public Works, and then definitely supporting the police department. Would support moving Emmers into Officer Rodriguez's role. And I don't know if they're out there, but if we could ever look to get another volunteer officer, if that would be an option. Thank you.
I'd like to say that I agree with everything that you said, Mary. I think that the amounts that you're describing are in check, and I would concur with all that.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say, I mean, I agree with what Mary said as well. I think, I mean, if each public works did pay 64 and 64, then I most likely agree with that. I agree with having, making sure the police officer, fills Officer Rodriguez's place as well. I mean, living here, and I don't like you guys' schedule as much, but I wish it could be better, But besides that, I think, I mean, overall, everything on here I can agree with except for the Public Works, and maybe we can figure that out, maybe soon or later. But I agree with what Mark said regards to finding an interim city admin right now, his priority. And I just think, I know this is for the whole year, but I think I'd rather just try to figure out the main task at hand and figure that first before trying to go dig deeper with all of this. That's just me personally, but yeah.
To touch on something you said, that is also an option. You can choose not to have a public works manager per se and have two workers. That is also a reorg you can do where you could pay them both the 64 and not reduce one or the other, and reduce them both. That's an option as well. As we are now this is the time to reorg everything if you want to. So if that is something you guys are considering, just let me know that as well. Because
I agree with that.
I agree
Make
with
them
that
both
too.
the same.
And that would report to the city
Yeah.
administrator.
Yep, and that just be a direct report to the manager, which kind of that's an easy for a city of this size. Having mid managers is actually kind of rare, because since our staff is only 12 to 16 when it's fully staffed, typically the police department has their hierarchy, and then everybody else usually is a direct report to the city administrator, because there is not a whole lot of level 1 workers, level 2 supervisor, right? And even from a payroll standpoint, payroll all runs through the manager anyways, the administrator anyways. So from a duty standpoint, this is not some crazy concept. So that is one way you can also get $20,000 more on this. Just know, again, we're not considering people most times, but just remember that this would be a massive change for this employee. And so just keeping that in mind, again, we're talking about, you have to consider org people. We're budgeting for the organization, but we have to have at least the heart to say, yep, this sucks for the person. But as you can already see from this, we cut 4 positions and we're still trying to find money to make this thing work. So that tells you everything you need to know about where our budget was, because if we don't make these cuts, to the point that Doug made earlier, if we didn't do the de minimis last year, the city would have been bankrupt this year. So we are definitely having to continue to right size. So while I do love every employee that I've had here since I've been here, and again, my time here is short, but I have loved the staff, this is a business decision, and it is unfortunate, and I hate it. And I will have this talk with everybody. Whatever comes from this, I will immediately go to my staff and tell them tomorrow, this is what's happening. Just so everyone's aware, so there will be no delay in conversation. So my staff will know from this. So again, just to circle back, is the direction I'm hearing from you guys to change facilities to just facility maintenance workers, or is that a consensus that I'm getting to?
I would agree with that.
I see a lot of nods. Anybody
Yes.
opposed to that?
I think I don't know if I'm opposed to it, but I do see someone that was like the boss of someone else, and then like they come in the next day and they're like, hey, we're gonna do the same stuff, and I no longer tell you what to do. I can see that position probably being
Yeah.
vacant very
I
quickly.
can tell you from a job standpoint, there is really no delineation of work. It is just reporting structure.
Okay.
So the team is tasked to do the same jobs. It's just in its current stature, our current manager deploys 2 guys to do something and he does do something else at the same time. So the difference would be the reporting structure would go to the administrator to then divvy out tasks, which again, in a city of our size is not irregular. In my previous cities, I was the assistant and I directly managed public works. And I talked to every single employee directly, right? So it is not irregular.
Okay, then I think obviously since the director has more experience, I think if you would, I would suggest maybe a decrease in the worker, but also the manager as well. If they're gonna both, I don't know, could that work if you're gonna make them the same position, but one clearly was
Sure.
a director before, he had more experience.
Sure. So
I just don't
in
know.
this scenario, what you could do is you could do 64 for the worker 1. And you can do probably like 74 for the other worker 1 who has quantity of experience. Again, you can.
Or would it be worker 2? Would that be an option?
So we have to create a hierarchy. So as it sits right now, other than the police department, there is no hierarchy of staff. So there is no worker 1, 2, and 3. So when it says facility worker 1, that is our base employee with a
Okay.
supervisor. So we could do a worker 1, 2, and 3 the scale. We just don't have that right now. We could create that, but it doesn't exist currently.
I just think they should just be the same.
I think if we did a worker 2,
I think they should just.
and then should that position come where we need a manager, we need another worker 1 in the future. Obviously, you're the only 2, so you hopefully be selected again to fill that position once it's available in the future.
My biggest advice to you is don't overcomplicate the structure of our organization because we are so small. So
Okay.
where a lot of city governments get lost in translation is you start creating a lot of mid-level people when in reality that creates kind of a payroll compression. So now you're trying to do like a couple $1,000 differences for what is likely the same duties.
Okay.
So how it normally would work is you would have 2 employees with the same title, and then you have different experience levels that put them in the pay range. So
Okay.
typically what would happen is you have a pay range of like 50 to 70. Depending on where you're at in your years of experience, you fall somewhere on the upper scale or the lower scale.
Okay.
So in our example, you have an employee that has 2 or 3 years of experience, and then one that has, I think, like 9 or 10 years of experience. So you definitely could justify having some separation. But again, it's a twofold problem. You're doing an organization creation versus a personnel person creation, right? So you have to consider if everyone were to leave, you're rehiring then the same position at the
Right.
same level, right? So again, back to there is no easy decision here because again, somewhere or another, we are making a massive change for someone's life. But in reality, the stability is coming from what we're creating in the future of the city of Uhland, right? So that is what we're looking at. So my advice is for a city of our size not to have multiple levels. I don't have license changes. Typically, when you have like a water worker 1, 2, and 3, they have like a C, B, A license to justify that pay range change.
Okay.
This won't have that because it's facilities, right?
Okay.
So I would advise against overcomplicating this, however you can.
Okay. Then I think I would suggest, or I have a couple questions for the chief. With the officers, what was it? Actually, let me come back. Let me come back to it. I'm sorry. Let me think about it a second.
Mary, what was your recommendation on the 2
Let's see,
maintenance levels? Was it 62 and 62?
Yes, that's what I was recommending for the maintenance department to have it a maintenance worker 1, maintenance worker 2, because I do agree that we don't need a mid-level manager over 1 employee. I just think a director manager over 1 employee is, it's not feasible. And I agree that we should put it at, level one should be at like 62, 64 at the most. And the maintenance worker number two, which is the one that with less experience, should be at 52, 54 at the most. And then that way, as time goes on and people leave us or join us or whatever, we can either move maintenance worker number two up to one if they're the most experienced one, or we can hire a number one. But we have the flexibility of those two positions to have somebody with a this level of experience and then a higher level of experience. So I would recommend worker one, worker two at 64 and 54. I think that's what I said before, or
Oh,
62. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I would agree to cut the manager job, the facilities manager job, and only have two maintenance workers. But I don't even know if that 64 number would be where we would want to be, because those are public works numbers that we're comparing, and we want to switch that into being maintenance.
It's already been cut. So
Okay.
previously you had 100,000 for the public works manager, and then I think it was like 83, 84 for the public works employees. This is more facility numbers now. So, and when you go down to the 64, 54, that's actually more in line of what a facility person is paid on the upper end again, right? But again, I think you're going to be paying a premium to attract people to work here, right? Just because if everyone leaves that department, the first question a new employee is going to ask is why, right? So you will, if you come in and lower it too much, you're gonna have a hard time filling it. Then you will be, what Chief talked about is you'll get a little bit of the employees who are unhireable elsewhere, and then you're just getting any warm body to be in a position which we don't want. You want someone that has experience doing this elsewhere, and you're competitive to drive them away from a higher paying city.
Yeah, and we're such a small city too. I would want them both to report to the city administrator.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Hayden, have you in discussions with the public works guys heard any, I guess, concerns of like, hey, we need another guy, the workload is too much, or what's your experience, I guess?
Yeah, I think so. When the department was created, if you remember, it was public works, and then shortly after it was a parks department was created later on. The department was created with the idea that the city was going to boom and have thousands and thousands of homes, more just work around the city. And then that has slowed down. I mean, I think we gave an update a couple weeks ago from County Line. I told you the number of connections that have happened, and it's down like 60% from 2 years ago.
Okay.
So when the department was created, it was with the ambition that we're going to continue to grow at a rapid rate. That has slowed down a little bit. So I think if you ask them, they're busy because they are. But the reality is that sustainable busy? I'm not exactly sure.
Okay.
I can tell you if you went to two, they would manage by having third-party contracts through our street maintenance fund that's been set up, the $50,000 for roadway for material can then be utilized hopefully through a partner jurisdiction. But to answer your question, two is more than enough from what I have seen. But again, more just means they can do more tasks.
Okay.
So I can imagine what's going to happen is you're going to have the third party out, what is going to be like building cleaning and those kind of things. But likely you'll learn that when you third party things out, you do save a little money in the bigger scheme of things. And so
you have the benefits.
exactly.
Okay.
So while I could say, yes, 3 guys can stay busy every single day, 2 guys can definitely do the job. It's just, again, like any job, when you go from 3 to 2, there will be some picking up of things. Because like I said, they are busy every single day. They're always doing something. Now we're going to have to target what that something is in a more, concise manner. So it might be you're only doing potholes and not doing other things around town.
Okay. Yes, sir. And then the chief, I remember those questions. With the police officers, I know that we've gone down a significant amount of the number of officers we used to have. Some of the complaints that I've seen, I've been messaged, but I've also heard in Facebook comments and things, they say that there's not the the patrol times that existed before, that people are
if, things get really hectic and bad, of course. But I've always been back to my officers anyway, so I don't mind sitting up, throwing the vest on and going out there when they need help. And also, I've covered shifts as well. If there's several officers that are sick, I've covered shifts. Even when working 24/7, I've covered night shifts. And then during the ice storm, I came in. I didn't have to, but I came in to support my officers during the ice storm as well.
Thank you, and it's great to see you at the meetings.
Thank you.
Awesome.
I got one last comment on that about the maintenance workers and everything. I just want to say, like, I worked in a small organization and I've worked in a big organization. I've seen a lot of small cities because that's basically our focus of our company. A flat organization where it reports to a city administrator, the culture that creates is so much different and, in my experience, better than such a hierarchy. And not saying the police department, because PDs are all kind of structured hierarchically, but everywhere else, the culture that it creates is a little bit better than maybe, hierarchy, especially in a really, really small place. Yeah. All right, let's go to the next slide, because is this the one that says PTO? This was a great question. And I'll tell you that we could probably find $37,000 real quick, just like this. This number was carried over from budget to budget to budget. And what this was, people quit, we pay it out, we put it to this line item, right? Their PTO that's paid on payout. That's not the way it should actually work. When PTO accumulates, it's actually a liability on the books. And then when they quit, you pay it from the liability. You don't actually pay it out of this. The reason it's in here, I carried it forward from year to year to year, and I love the question that I got, and I would love to remove it. So
that's $37,000. So if those keeping track at home, 50 plus 37 is essentially the police officer at this point. So I think we can all agree now that we can afford a fourth officer. I'll put it in the notes for the final version, or the next version to you guys that shows a fourth officer.
all right, here's slightly a model scenario. Obviously, these numbers are, kind of estimated. But we got asked, what does one FTE in the maintenance department look like with a whole bunch of other contracted services? So the real issue, yeah, you may save money depending on, how much you want to contract out, right? We kind of made up some numbers here. Specialized items, contracted road street maintenance, contracted mowing, you might save a little money. It just all depends on. I kind of wanted you to have this slide to maybe study it and kind of ask more questions. Same with the next one with the police department. But I feel like some of the decisions we've made already, these don't really maybe apply anymore. So
I think the next one probably no, but this one is a good point of the question was, what if you had one person in public works? Likely this is more realistic of what it would cost, because the work wouldn't just go away. You'd be just paying somebody else to do it. So still an option to you guys. But this just kind of shows you what it would take if, and again, this is all guesstimation math. Doug and I have both worked in cities where this is what we've done. We've contracted out most of the work. So this is probably pretty realistic, but what we're showing here is you're not going to save hundreds of thousands of dollars by just getting rid of one extra employee. You're probably saving $30,000 or $40,000 when it's all said and done.
The next one was the police officers discussion, which, may be a kind of a new point right now.
Yeah,
But-
I think it's a moot point.
Yeah, that's okay.
I think we can move.
I had it on there, so you can take a look at it when you get
Yeah,
slides.
that was my question anyways, and I think we're settled.
You're
So,
good.
yeah.
The next one is really kind of a discussion. Right now, we do have Bureau Veritas that does all the third-party work. Obviously, you could hire that all in-house, but, that's going to be probably a significant more amount of money than contracting it out, especially for a city this size. Some numbers are there, just to kind of go over. But generally, in our experience, you're going to probably save money hiring BV than hiring an inspector, an engineer, all that kind of stuff.
The delta here is that your third party folks, all that can be passed through with the 10% contingency on top of it. When you hire someone in house, that is 100% cost to the city, likely with benefits and other expenditures. The other thing to consider too is hiring that person is extremely complicated, because to hire a professional that carries all the licenses that you need them to carry is likely working for someone like BV where they get paid more money. So Doug and I, like I said, have worked in small cities like this before, and every city I've worked in, that's a small city, has contracted out this position because it is so hard to find somebody who's willing to take the pay it would take to afford them here to do the workload that BV does for us, or anybody else who's a professional. And there's a few other companies that do the work as well. So we should always consider other companies every couple of years. But for a city of our size, having the bandwidth that a company outside of us provides for that spot is definitely better. And the same thing is said for our engineer and our attorney as well. Because typically to have someone in-house and pay that, you don't see the same return on investment as it would. Because the biggest deal is you can fire consultants at any time and just move on. When you have someone in-house, you now have to go through a actual firing process, which is never easy. So consultants tend to be less liability for us. And especially when an ordinance exists like we have that allows us to pass on all that expenses. And just so you guys know, our account we set up, we've already received roughly $30,000 in the escrow accounts to pay forward for the inspections and the reviews that are coming in. So we should be cash positive for all our review costs because people are not paying up front. So that is going to be tremendously valuable for us because we should see less loss through the inspections and the review costs.
The cash flow is a lot better too,
I have a question. Is this example here for BV for the home inspections and the plating? Just the home
This is
inspection?
just home inspection. So the plating will come through the planning and development services line item, which if you see, I think that got zeroed out because we should not be losing money through the review process. So this is a completely separate process from the plating, the zoning. This is post entitlement and they're constructing. Your planning and engineers is pre-entitlement. So at that point, they are getting their plans approved to construct. Through that process, the escrow account was set up to make sure we're not losing money on there because we already kind of have that set up with a 10% surcharge now on the BV charges. So both items should now be cash flowing without the need for taxpayers to inflate those funds.
BB is a third party under contract
Correct.
with an ordinance or no?
PSA.
Okay, so, because I'm thinking about the previous home inspector that we had, he was part-time. He was not, he was taking care of other businesses as well, other
Oh, yeah.
cities as well.
That's typical.
So, right, so I just want to make sure because you have an alternative with in-house, and I don't think that's ideal right now
No.
anyway, or
And-
in the future.
What we're showing here is that there is two options to almost every scenario, but what we're showing here is that not every option works for a city of our size. So yes, there is options to hire a full-time employee. You likely will have an employee who cannot do it on their own. Now you're hiring more inspectors. Because again, let's say Marigold pulls 1,000 permits to construct over the next 18 months. It's a lot of plumbing inspections, electrical inspections, whereas Bureau Veritas has hundreds of employees in the region who can come do things for us, right? And the fee is the same for every house. Different people might be inspecting it, but BV charges us the same. We don't see what it takes to run their business. What would happen is what happened to us before, which is you have a lot of homes all at the same time. It's almost impossible for one person to do that. In my previous city in Little Elm, I think we had 7 inspectors for our city to inspect. And even with that, we still contract out to BV to cover for us. So that is why typically most cities of our size don't keep in-house staff. It's just impossible to keep up with it. Too many licenses to carry, too many little nuances. Let somebody else handle all that.
Do the engineers, are they going to come later, or is that part of this discussion as well? Engineering.
I do not have that in.
I don't know if it was a question that he answered, but it is in the budget. So I guess what was your question?
So the question is, are we going to talk about that in slides down the road, or do we talk about the engineering piece in this slide?
You can talk about it now if you want to. It's not mentioned here. So this is inspection, planning, code enforcement. I guess you can put another comma and say and engineering.
Okay.
It's the same thread, different end.
Okay, so that was my question, was because the engineering, I know that we had 130,000 budgeted and none. So how are we going to pay for the engineers or contract them out?
Sure.
Is that in another line item
So
that I'm just not
that-
seeing?
So that is what I think you can see in here. That should be a net neutral position for the city. So
Okay.
when someone pays for their escrow account, a $5,000 minimum, right? So I'll use the example of Upward, which is the Hayes County or Hayes ISD project. They came with a check for $15,000 that was put into now a GL. Now their review cost for the engineer, when the engineer bills us, we'll pay them out of the escrow account that company's already paid us to pay them.
Okay.
So there shouldn't be any lost money because we're collecting that money in the front end to now when the engineer bills us, we'll create an escrow itemization of how we're paying their $15,000. And then when it's done, we'll reimburse them whatever's left of that money, or we'll say, hey, you took 17 reviews, we need more money or this project stops right now.
Okay.
So it gives
That was
us-
my next question. So
Perfect.
that's perfect, and that answers that. I just wanted to make sure that as we move these monies into the escrows, that we have enough of those monies to cover the engineering costs, and then it does all offset, if that makes sense. So, thank you.
Yep. And that just turns into an administrative piece, right? So we just have to make sure that we're being diligent, that when someone comes in, it's a hard no if you haven't paid this escrow fee, right? I think historically people got a little too far in the process, and then we send them an invoice, and now we're hoping they pay us when work has already been billed, right? So that's when you get this chicken and egg effect where we owe what is $100,000 to an engineering firm, and we're trying to now collect from everybody.
Yeah.
And then we're out the money if they won't get the money paid to us.
You want to go to the next one while we're here? Okay. This is the street maintenance line, the 50,000. This is a long answer to a short answer that says if you want, this is all materials, right? If you want to contract somebody, we probably need to put it A in a different line or B, rename the line itself.
So this is strictly, the 50,000 is strictly for pothole filling material.
Right,
That's it.
right. That we would do. So
Is that even enough for all the potholes that we have? And I think fair question.
Sure. Ask me one more time.
Is 50,000 even enough for all the potholes in Uhland?
So it depends. So the new product, which some of you got a pamphlet from my office when you were here, the product that we've switched to, which is rock asphalt, is tremendously cheaper. So just to give you an idea, it was $2,300 for 3 tons and then a pallet of asphalt. So what one bag of asphalt was, all the repairs they did on this side of the city a couple weeks ago was only one of those bags. So likely, yes, it's not going to fix every pothole, but again, if you want to fix every pothole, you really likely need like $1 million plus. This is just going to be us identifying what are the worst case scenario potholes and then fixing those ones. But in terms of how much can you get for $50,000, a lot. That's likely 25 tons of asphalt to go in the city, which again, the product that we're buying is more bang for your buck given how the composition works. And so it is a better use of those funds. So what is $50,000 of rack asphalt is likely close to $200,000 of buying hot mix, if that makes sense.
Yes, and I appreciate that. My next question is, how intuitive is this? Like, is this something that our guys should be certified in? How complicated is it?
So it is extremely easy. Let me explain why. The salesperson showed up in a Porsche, poured a bag of asphalt in a hole, and then used his Porsche tire to flatten it out. And then the pothole, you go over to the intersection of Rocky Road and Spanish Trail. Those potholes are guaranteed for 3 years. It's either 2 or 3 years. So if that asphalt starts breaking up, they will send us another bag of asphalt to replace it. That's how sure they are of this product. It is. So you need no rollers, no tamping devices. That's why we removed all the equipment costs.
Okay, Uhland, you heard it here first. 3-year guarantee.
And made in the
Two or
USA.
three, two or three.
Oh,
two
sorry.
or three.
2 or
Which
3.
is
But
probably
yes,
2.
But yes, if the material breaks up, Rock Asphalt has an assurity because they're so sure of their product being stable that if it's put in the hole and it's rolled, it should last 2 years. And I've used this product in 2 of my other cities, and it is tremendous. And we had him come out and do a field inspection. And any one of you also, if you want to go with Public Works and fill a pothole and see it in action, I recommend you do that because you will be shocked how this material works. It comes out of the bag looking dry. Once you roll it, the oil that's in the rock, so it's limestone that has oil actually already in it. Once you roll it, the oil comes out and then binds and it seals. Completely waterproof out of the bag. No hot mix, no need to mix oil into it. It doesn't stick to the material. It's amazing. It's almost like it's a miracle material, which is why I believe so much in it, and it is so much cheaper. So the work we can do with less money is tremendous here. So, but again, I recommend any one of you, if you want next week while I'm still here, I would love to take you out and fill a pothole so you can also be flabbergasted by how amazing it is. It won't be in the hundreds next
And
Mm-hmm.
week.
you
It's like
said that they
97.
just finished doing a bunch of work over here. Did they already hit Misty Court and all of these guys?
I need to see because I know they took the bag out that direction and they filled what was a full ton of asphalt in
Yeah.
that region. I don't know if they did Dustin.
Well, I
or-
hope that Summer Sun is on that list.
Yep.
In the near future, and I hope that those guys over there are on the near future list.
Now, I'll tell you, when you go further off like the Rocky Road region, those streets need to be rebuilt. There is not enough asphalt in this side of Texas to repair all those potholes. So that is a larger discussion that we have to have over the next 2 to 3 years. Is you likely need what is close to between $250,000 and $1 million set aside for a roadway actual repair project. This is strictly potholing, and you need to not confuse the two because potholing is meant to be a bridge before the road fails. Some of our roads are failed, and potholing will not fix how bad some of these roads are. And so the hope is that we can work with Hayes County, and hopefully, I don't know if Caldwell County is amenable to it because those roads are in Caldwell, but we can utilize some of the bigger equipment to do actual widespread repairs because we do not have the certifications or qualifications to dig down to the road base, compact it, and actually bring in road. So that is part of the larger conversation that needs to happen.
I think it would be really good for the community to hear from you what kind of resources we have at our hands in terms of partnering with the counties on road projects.
Sure. So a lot of cities of our size utilize interlocal agreements, ILAs, for joint services. So essentially, you're hiring a neighboring jurisdiction to perform the work. You likely pay for the supplies and the man hours at a flat rate that's already been decided through an ILA. The city of Uhland had an ILA in the works with Hayes County, and the hope is to rekindle that to then be able to utilize them for some larger repairs that can then be itemized in our budget. So if they said it costs $100,000 to fix the intersection of High Road and 21, we likely are trying to find $100,000 tomorrow to pay for that because you could not find that price in the private market. You're saving money because they have the staff and the equipment in-house to do the work. So the goal is to find partners like that. But again, it's not owed or entitled to us. So again, it turns into a partnership. How do we then give them something that we provide? And usually it's through bolstering your public safety to help them cover their sheriffs, right? So they'll say, we'll give you some of our employees to do some stuff. You pay for it, obviously. And then you do things for us as well in the county. So that means that usually an ILA is formed that says, we also police heavily in the county in exchange for your public works services, right? So everything in government is likely negotiation through ILAs, and all that is on the table, assuming we keep friends with all of our neighbors. So this is only as valuable as how much someone likes you. If they don't like you, then this is a non-starter. So,
And who Hayden is the person in the city who would spearhead that, would be the point of the spear
the city
for
admin-
those conversations,
the
for those
city
interlocal
administrator.
agreements?
the
City administrator
Yep.
would? Okay.
So likely the chain of command, how this usually works is there is an equal body of you guys in the county called county commissioners, and they have somebody who manages the employees. Then you have what is their equivalent of directors. So typically when you do an ILA, you start at the employee level. And then when the employees have figured out the ILA, they then bring in the elected officials to then discuss if we're okay with this, then it gets approved. But typically you have what is an employee of Uhland, an employee of the county discuss, negotiate based on what has been given to us by our elected body. Then an ILA is formed that the elected body both sign and agree to, then that comes into fruition. But typically 99.99% of all ILAs start at the staff level, get cleaned up, and then get presented to the elected body as a finished product that then gets kind of debated a little bit about, are we amenable to this? If not, then back to negotiating. But typically the ones who are most in the field make for the best conversators of what actually is possible. Because a lot of times you'll hear, we want you to fix all of our roads in the city of Uhland. Well, Hayes County person might say, yes, it sounds great. Like they're elected official. They don't actually know typically the limitations of their organization because they also don't spend every single day with their workers, right? So you guys also don't know the hands-on of our public works staff because you shouldn't. You guys do the policies and do those things. It's my job to make sure you are aware of what tasks are for the staff. And so they have the same dynamic over there. And then when you do an ILA, you marry the two and do a formal agreement. Could be more than 2 jurisdictions, could be 3 or 4, or however many you guys want.
Also wanted to add that the product is made in the USA, which I like, and it's a lot less expensive than the one that they used to use, but it's not cheap in quality. It's good quality. If it's going to last 2 to 3 years, it's good quality.
The pamphlet has a number on it, and what that number is the guarantee. So we can all say 3, but if it says 2, it's 2, just so you guys know. But yes, it comes out of Uvalde, Texas. So they have a mine, they blast it, and then bag it on site and then deliver it. So, and the freight is free. So when you buy 2 pallets or 2 totes, which is the tons, it's free delivery, which is also an amazing deal because our old came from Oklahoma and there's freight charges.
What is the savings in the, I don't know, a ton
Sure.
from now compared to?
So I believe the ton of the last stuff was $1,200 and the new stuff is, I think, $380 for the ton bag. Like I said, we bought 3 tons and a pallet, which is about a ton and a half, for about $2,000. So, I mean, it's tremendously more price per dollar. I mean, I had the whole conversation with the staff because they couldn't believe it either. And then when the invoice came in, then I went out there with them and filled the pothole. Everyone was like high-fiving. I mean, truly, any truck, if you have a truck with a tire, you can fix a pothole. You just put it in that hole and you drive over it, and then it seals. So we have a roller, hasn't been used in years, can probably get rid of it because they recommend you don't do that because it over compacts. Great, let's move on.
That falls under the next question. City administrator, whoever comes next, interim city administrator, prioritize, right? Prioritize what potholes need to be fixed. That was one of the questions. I don't have a list. Maybe you have a list. Maybe everybody has a list. But now that you know how much bang for your buck you can get, you could probably prioritize which potholes to fix in the city, right?
Yeah, we can get really nuanced and like actually figure out, like Summer Sun, for example, is X amount of feet. You can actually associate a cost to that street and then do that every budget cycle. So obviously, as we're fresh into a budget of this style, you can get that nuance and actually give direction about, we have streets listed based on their severity. And then every year we tackle streets based on their severity and you assign a cost to them. Sometimes you can hire a professional to do those. They're called roadway, what are those things called? It's a score that they do, pavement index, PCI. So you can do a PCI index, or you can just do the eyeball test and say that road looks like it sucks. That's a bad road. So either option works.
All right, the next 3 slides I can lump all in one discussion, and that is the EDC payment to us, the EDC receivable, the parking lot discussion, all things in that resolution that I got today that I kind of threw into a couple slides here. But I think, if I'm going to scroll up, the current land loan, which I guess was the Fall Fest property is what it's referred to, right? Ish, yeah. Almost $1.5 million was loaned to the EDC to pay back. That's just for the land. There was another transaction in the audit is where I pulled the parking lot for $389,000. I did not see any amortization schedule related to the parking lot. It is on the books as a receivable of the city from the EDC. So I do not As of right now, I do not have any backup as to what we're going to get paid for that, et cetera.
My recollection is that the city paid for the parking lot.
We did. So what we've been able to identify to this point, because again, Doug and I were not here for any of these transactions, we found a construction agreement that identified the EDC as the payee to the contractor of the construction value. But then we found a payment from the city to pay for it, and that is mentioned in the audit. So unless someone can provide some documentation showing that that was either going to be paid back.
I don't think it
or-
was.
But so it turns into the question of, is it a gift to the EDC or is it owed? The problem turns into our audit from 2024 mentions it as a paid back exchange.
EDC owes the city.
So
for
how it's
that
being,
money.
so how it's being
I
reflected.
think it
is
should be that way, for sure.
We should make sure it's papered somewhere, or again, somebody told the auditor that it was owed to us and they felt confident enough to say yes and then put it in the audit. So either someone has a documentation or the auditor just put it in there. I like to think the auditor didn't just put the money in there, that someone did find something. Where you can see at least the trail is, what we did find is the EDC was supposed to pay it and they signed the agreement saying it was going to be paid by the EDC, and then we paid for it out of the city funds. So that as much as we can figure out is it was owed by them, paid by us. So you can easily say we're owed the money. It's just in terms of actually papering that up, we can't find that yet. I say yet because it might exist, because again, the auditor felt confident enough to say in the audit that that was a receivable to the city. So if he felt confident to say that, and then the audit was submitted as a finished audit, then you can argue that we're owed the $1.5 million
Plus
and
the
also
387.
the parking lot.
Right.
So roughly 2 million.
And when you're saying auditor, are you talking about the former CPA that was the auditor for the city and then EDC?
Yes, so they would have their own audit that has not been finalized yet, I don't believe, for 23, 24. But the city audit that was brought forward, same auditor doing both of them, and the approved city audit mentioned this value as a receivable.
So here's my question. With the cluster that the former EDC left us with, and the alleged 2 million that sales tax is owed to the EDC by the city, and the alleged 2 million that the EDC owes the city, is it possible, and maybe this is a attorney question, but is it possible to call this a wash and go on down the road, reset the EDC, and move from square zero?
I think that's a great question. The answer is yes, it is possible to negotiate those against each other, but that's a conversation that would need to happen between the city and the EDC. A lot of these numbers I'm hearing for the first time. I don't have the documentation in hand to back any of that up, but I think absolutely those are conversations that should be had.
Thank you.
And again, this sparked from the question about why the amortization was not in the budget. So then this morning I went and tried to find the resolution about that, sent to Doug this morning, so we can at least have that talking point today. But the budget was not considered with that money coming in. So that's where the extra $100,000 per year roughly is not reflected, but it will be in there because it is going to be accounted for, unless we do a joint meeting with the EDC and the city council to then hash out what is owed to who. I can tell you from Doug and I working on this now for a few months, this is extremely tangled and a very, very big mess, because you have what is documented and then what actually happened, and those do not match.
And that's what prompted my question, is it almost seems like a tangled web of Christmas lights you want to just throw away in the trash can and start over.
Sounds like a great conversation for a joint meeting.
You did mention that it was on the 2024 audit that was approved. And there were 3 council members, if I'm not mistaken, that were also on EDC. And 2 of those council members voted for the audit. So it would seem to me as if they saw that it was owed from the EDC to the city. Those council members, being EDC and city, agreed with that audit.
Sure. I think it'd be hard to make the connection that they're acting as, I don't know that a vote of approval of the audit for the city would also act as an endorsement by the EDC body, because the body of EDC has their own audit that then would have been brought to you guys and approved. Again, I think to make it less nuanced, what we know to be fact is they had an agreement to pay for it. The city paid for it. Real money was spent. It should be paid back to the city, regardless of what the audit says. What we know for a fact is the EDC was the payee to the contractor, and then that didn't happen. So I think it is very easy to argue that unless the EDC has something different, and the problem then you run into is the historic knowledge of the EDC is not as available.
Mm-mm.
So I think likely what comes from this in the upcoming month or months is a joint meeting where you likely have both books opened up, and then you just go and try to figure out how much money was where. Was there anything in writing? And if you can't find it in writing, then you defer to what was approved in the audit, unless there is something that is completely provable that it was not owed back to the city. One of the following the same thread, the land cost $2 million, the loan was 1.5. You can argue easily that the $500,000 was to be eaten by the city, right? That is one of the other ones that was very much talked about. Was the land cost $2 million, we gave 1.5, where's the other $500,000? Since we didn't want $2 million as part of the repayment, you can argue that by not asking for the full $2 million, the city said that we're eating $500,000. Not quite the same thing for the parking lot when you have a surety on one side and then nothing to prove that we wanted to eat that money. It might have been they didn't have $300,000 in the bank to pay it, so we paid for it. But again, none of us on this side were here to talk about it, and it sounds like a lot of you guys didn't know. So this will be a investigative journalism project for somebody.
I have a question. Having said all that on this screen, when is it effective that the city pays EDC their sales tax to be in compliance? And when does it come effective when the city gets paid by EDC for the loan payment that they need to pay per month and backtrack to when the loan started? Because I have the bank balances and I've not seen any deposits. And according to former interim city administrator Vicky Rudy, she told me and sent me an email, and she said that the bookkeepers were keeping track. The bookkeepers were terminated in November 2025.
I can answer this. So
It's up to you.
the city did pay sales tax to the EDC in October and November of 2025. After the shakeup at City Hall and all the moving parts, there has been no payments to EDC. So as it sits right now, the city will make whole through the end of the fiscal year what is December to September. Now, in terms of the loan repayment, we don't see anywhere that money has come monthly to the city, and I don't see it from last year either. So again, that'll be another one of those nuances where someone needs to show us where that money was being transferred to, because we have not seen any income to the bank. So likely what happens is you still have to, I actually asked Doug today, are we able to just do sales tax minus what's owed to us? The right thing to do is have income shown both ways. So likely we will pay what is owed for the full fiscal year, and then EDC should do the same thing before their fiscal year ends to make whole of their payments. Because I believe it was effective 2024 into 25. So it's not the full 25 we're owed, but it will be all of 26, 27, and most of 25, 26. So we do need to reconcile all these numbers, because what is owed to the EDC right now is technically less what is owed to us as well. So it is very complicated and nuanced because no one's paying each other right now. So this will need to be made whole. So our obligations are not what they seem currently. So while we're showing a negative $300,000 this year's budget, that's not including what will be $100,000 coming back to us from them.
You said how much we're supposed to get back?
It's what is $10,000 a month or something?
Yeah, it's per month, but what about the back pay for the 2 years they've not paid?
So the resolution was
That's a
20
total of $240,000.
correct. So we just need to see if anything was paid before, because again, we haven't seen it yet. But if it was, we just need to figure out at what point was that effective, because again, the resolution was approved on June 2024. That doesn't mean that the amortization started in June. So that's one thing we figured out as well, is when did the payment actually start? It likely would have been when the land was used moving forward. So it could have been October 2024 was the first actual payment due to us. We'll figure all that out through this process. But again, the point of this conversation is a lot of nuance, and it's going to take a lot of probably joint meetings with the EDC and council to untangle this mess.
I mean, a nice little report showing what's paid, what's owed, all that stuff in the history. That'd probably make it a little bit easier for y'all once we get there. Which is actually go to question 12, because we talked the EDC. This is the same tangled mess that we kind of talked about at the start. I know, Hayden, you were kind of back there, but the transportation impact fees is going to be the same thing. We're going to have to go back and figure out how much money came in, where it went, reconcile everything that's still there. It sounds like those are the two big things that need to be really reconciled probably before the end of the fiscal year, to make sure we know where that money is and how it should be allocated.
That brings me, so I didn't see any road impact fees, if I remember correctly, on this budget.
Correct.
Are we having road impact fees?
I hope you collect some. Like I said, I didn't want to budget for it because I just don't know right now.
Oh, okay, so
Yeah.
it's one of those where we should, but we're being conservative.
Correct.
We're being conservative because,
Okay.
yeah, quite frankly, it should probably go in a different area than the general fund.
Fair
Yes.
enough.
So the way the collection should work is that money should not even be shown as a general fund collection, because it is only for roadway impact fees. So
Perfect.
we're showing zero, we still charge it and we still collect it. That turns into the nuance of unscrambling all those collections as well. So that'll be a fun task to go into the Techstar Bank and figure out exactly, because again, the different subdivisions had different roadway impact fee to them. So we got to figure out were those collected in a way that is right for us to own currently. That's why the Techstar account's not being touched, to make sure the money was collected in a way that's usable for us.
What should be the road impact fees? And is it a standard fee or does it fluctuate?
So it does actually fluctuate. However, the origination of the impact fee is the same. So the city likely does a thoroughfare master plan, which then identifies the costs to maintain the roads. So as somebody goes into a region of the city, you've identified the cost to maintain that area of the city. So if the subdivision is touching 6,000 linear feet of a collector, that is a much higher impact fee than 6,000 feet of arterial, right?
So is there a formula?
There should be. That is the problem that we're running into, is we need to make sure the formula is that it was used in a way that's actually legal. I'm not going to say it's illegal, because again, I'm not in the position to say that, but it's more of us just verifying that the money had actually been collected in a way that is the right way. Typically, it's a lot more nuanced than just saying US $20,000. Typically, no different than the water impact fees that County Line does. You associate with the cost of the improvement, and then you pare down the payments from that. Great.
Nice. Next one's really easy. Mark, I'll fix this. Percentage change columns.
Oh, thank you.
I got you. I had some percentages off of the columns. They'll be fixed for the next one.
The percentages we're not mathing.
I got you.
18,000%
No.
All right. Question 14. This can be provided to y'all. Some of the contracts that we have in place already that make up these numbers. I am going to combine this discussion with my later discussion, which is the audit itself. So right now, just based on experience, I can't remember how much y'all paid for an audit in the past. I know it wasn't a hefty amount.
I think it was in the 20,000 range.
It was in the 20,000 range. I will tell you, even a city your size is going for 40 to 60 these days. It's crazy, right? So, going through some of the things, I got about 5 auditors that I've reached out to. I have a lot of contacts. I actually was texting one tonight. Hopefully, maybe I can get something in front of you.
Did you say 40,000? 40.
40 to 60.
Okay, so is that a whole audit or a snapshot? Because the former auditor would do just a snapshot.
No, this is a gas audit, a government accounting standards audit. This is the whole.
That's what he told us, and that's why the last bill I saw was for $12,000 for him. And he said he had other clients, and he said, you can't afford a whole audit. That's what he said. Because it's a lot. It's a big undertaking.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's.
I mean, I
something
know
that-
it has to be done, but I'm just relaying what he said. So that's why I'm asking, are we gonna, for that price, are we getting the whole gamut?
You're getting the
Or are
whole
we gonna
gamut.
get a snapshot?
A snapshot's really not going to work.
So
That's what he did
just to clarify, the state law change meant that there are no more snapshot audits anymore.
since
So
when?
Since, was it last year they passed it, and it's for this year's audit. So this
Okay.
year's audit, so let's say hypothetically, we did get our audit done with the previous auditor and it was a snapshot, that would not meet the bar that would have taken to be able to change our tax rate. The requirement the state has put forward is it has to be a government accounting standard audit.
Okay.
Has to go the full thing. And so we have to earmark what is between 40 and 60. And per Doug's point, I would say Doug is probably one of the most connected finance people in the state of Texas, and we are having a very hard time securing an auditor for the city of Uhland. So just know when Doug says that he's gone through 5, that's not something to blink at. That is a big, big deal for us, that we are having a hard time securing an auditor, because as the clock keeps ticking, we're getting to the point where we're going to have, again, 2 audits to approve at the same time. We still have to do 25 or 25, 20 or 24, 25. We still have to do 25, 26. So just keep that in mind, that as we're looking for an auditor, this is not going to get easier, because what is that, $100,000 potentially to earmark towards auditing at the same time?
I thought 24, 25 was approved and it was going to go back for, was that not approved? 24, 25?
I think it was
was.
23, 24.
Oh,
The 23-24 was approved, and they called that the 24 audit,
Okay.
but the 24-25 fiscal year.
Has not been
if I
started.
If I recall, it's not approved. And then we need the 25-26 one,
So yes, just to paint the picture. So
2 years.
back
back.
in February, when I was first starting, we were still trying to approve what was a 2-year-old audit.
Yep.
And then at the same time, we were due to have our 24, 25 audit done by March of 2026. That has not been done yet still, because we're trying to find an auditor to take on that work, while also knowing that we are about 4 months away from starting the 25, 26 audit process. And so if, to play doom and gloom, if we don't have 25, 26 done by March 27, your tax rate stays the exact same again, which if history tells you cost is going to continue to rise, and if our tax rate doesn't follow the cost of doing service, it gets worse. So Doug is working fervently to find an auditor for us, because that, if you ask me what is the most critical thing facing us, like a top 5, that hits the top 5 list. Because if you don't have an audit, you are hamstrung to no new revenue, which I know we want to keep taxes as low as possible, but there also is the realistic cost of service the city provides, and you have to be at least able to look at your tax rate. Right now, we are unable to even look at it.
But
Can-
that no new revenue, when development occurs, you're adding more revenue to the bucket.
Correct. Which is
So-
why you get that compression. So when our tax rate right now is about 18 cents, when you add what is 150 more homes to add more value to the tax roll, your tax rate becomes what is 17.5 cents per hundred for everybody else, but your revenue doesn't increase. Everybody else who's living in the city sees what is a compression of their tax rate, but the city's not gaining more money. So if we added 1,000 more homes, our revenue is going to be what it's going to be. So we can't increase the tax rate to capture more revenue on the new development. It's going to just essentially keep us moving forward.
Yeah. What are we, like 900,000 right now?
Yeah.
That's what it's going to be.
So have we done an RFQ for an auditor?
You don't have to. It's a professional service. So again, I say this with full confidence that that man right there does the audits for 50 or 60 cities in the state of Texas. He knows every auditor who's worth their grain of salt in the state of Texas. And so our case is not going to be one that any Joe Blow auditor can handle, because typically your books are kept better than our books have been kept, and you're not trying to reconcile 2 years at once. So a lot of auditors are hesitant to take us on as clients because there is so much liability. as we refer back to all the mistakes of the past, all those are what are called red flags on our audit. We're going to have quite a few of those. Every red flag you have on your audit is less likely an auditor wants to take on that liability for us. So our pool of people is just narrowing and narrowing. So when a typical audit is 40 to 60, it might be we're paying 50 to 70 actually, because we're actually a special client for them.
So did I hear you say that we don't have to do it because it's professional services? Because I was under the impression, you do requests for proposals when you're looking for competitive bidding, but for the professional services like the attorney and some other professional services, you have to do an RFQ so that you can get, and what you're looking for is the qualifications and not so much the dollar amount, because you need to make sure you're going with the most qualified
Sure.
company that can do the work that we're asking to be done. So am I understanding that you're recommending we don't do an RFQ?
If I can answer that question,
Oh, yes. sir.
Councilmember LaPointe, what you're describing is known as the Professional Services Procurement Act. It's a part of the government code, and it is mandatory for certain types of professionals, architects and engineers being the most prominent examples. It is not required for all types of professionals. Attorneys are not included in the list.
Okay.
And so what he is saying is that an auditor is one of the types of professionals that is not required under the Professional Services Procurement Act.
Thank you.
And I think the situation that we're in, getting RFQs and stuff like that, how challenging is that going to be? Right.
Yeah.
So I'm trying
We definitely don't have the luxury to do that. We better hope and pray that we can find an auditor that'll take it on. That's the truth.
Because again, if our books were just clear and cut, like the EDC thing alone is a nightmare for an auditor. We have like 4 or 5 of those instances as a city, right? So the luxury we have is that we have someone who's well connected who can explain these things to the auditors before they join on. And then we get somebody who can handle that for us. Because the absolute worst case scenario for us is you do an RFQ, someone signs on, they start working for us and they go, whoa, I can't handle this. And they back out. And now you're restarting the process. With having Doug as our point for this, he can say, hey, auditor, here's all the concerns you're facing. What do you think? That way they're coming into this fully aware and knowing, yes, we can handle this. Because again, finding a normal auditor with clean books and a clean process is hard enough now, given the new state law. You add on our special characteristics, a little more complicated. We're a special.
Now, I'll tell you, I'm confident in 24, 25 because I went back and had to reconcile the whole thing. So I'm confident that for this city is okay. Like that will be okay. There's also the PID component that wasn't included in your last audit. That needs to be in your audit. Okay, the PID is part of, the fiduciary fund of the city. There's also a separate piece that is the EDC, and that is a component unit of the city because I think you guys appoint the directors, right? So that is a component unit of the city. So to audit 24, 25, not only does the city need to be right, I got that okay. I feel confident. I got the PID pretty good, but now where's the EDC's books? And that's the really third part that if I got a handle on those and I feel comfortable with that, I could probably, tell somebody, hey, it'll be fine.
Do we have a functioning EDC at the moment? Are they meeting?
So they meet this week, I
We're
believe.
meeting tomorrow.
Yep. And so
And did we find a check? Did they find a checkbook and have access to the accounts?
yes. So I might not have hit send for Michelle, but we did find the checkbook and all the files today. They were right in the wide open. So I found them. And so now they can come get all that stuff. And it is a lot of historic knowledge and a lot of the bank books and things. So it is a swath of information that would be very helpful for them.
Thank goodness, because it is a shame that the transfer happened in the way that it did.
Now,
And all that
I will
information
say
was just.
it might have been done very cleanly. It just everyone who was involved in the transfer is not here anymore. So then it turned into a nice scavenger hunt for
Well,
me.
that's my point. Exactly. My question is, are we salvageable, Doug?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
He wouldn't be here.
That's what I needed to hear.
That was the first question I asked Doug when I asked if he was interested in coming to work here. I was like, can you fix this?
Yeah.
And he said, I've seen worse. And I was like, all right, cool. Great. Great. So when I heard that, like I said, I've worked with Doug for years now, and I trust Doug solely in terms of financial considerations. And so when Doug says it's not the worst he's seen, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. It's just to the Christmas light thing. We're going to start on one end, and we're going to start pulling lights here pretty soon. And the good news is, as we reconcile, like Doug said, we do feel good that where we are with money in the bank and that how we're trending, things are on the upswing financially. So now it's just a matter of, we know how much money it costs to run this thing. Now let's start preparing for the future and actually have more money in the bank than we've had in the past. So that goes into, again, to kind of put a bow on this. That's why right sizing your organization is critical. You don't have the luxury of having a massive reserve fund.
So is the 50 to 70 for the audit? Do we have that in here?
Yeah, so I think
We have 48 right now.
Well, I think that definitely needs to change to 70, just as a cushion. Would you all agree?
Yeah,
I mean, we need to bite the bullet on that one and get it done.
And like I said, you have 2 audits that are done the same year. So you could argue it needs to be more like probably 140. That might be a bridge too far, but we can look at the numbers. But you definitely have 2 audits due in this fiscal year.
Well, we don't pay for EDC. EDC will pay for
That's
itself.
their own.
That's for us, though, the 540.
Yeah.
That's just for us.
For the
Yes,
city.
Oh, okay.
I
for
think
the
we-
city. Okay.
I think we should definitely put that in there.
And now we've done
And
a lot
if
of
we
these,
save, then
Yeah.
great, but
if
what
it
I'm
comes
gonna
at
try.
50 apiece, great. But I agree with you in terms of, because again, this was kind of like a in real time thing.
yeah,
I'm realizing we do owe 2 audits right now. And
yeah.
just accounting for one is not prudent, because even though we'll enter the next fiscal year, that is essentially an encumbrance to next year.
So I think, I hope that everybody agrees, but I think that we definitely need to have the 2 added into the budget.
Great.
Awesome. All right, the next thing I need some direction on is your community events. You know, what do y'all want to see make up a line item, if anything, or if you're relying on donations solely to fund community events?
I would like to say, in my history of property management, I have a history of property management. With the food trucks and the live music, it's not guaranteed, but a lot of the times people will come just if they know there's going to be customers. Well, for the food trucks, and then live music, a lot of the times it's they just kind of want to get noticed, and if they're going to be in front of a couple hundred people, they might do it for free. So I think we should explore some of the more affordable options with food trucks and live music.
I agree. I don't think that we have to spend like a ton of money on this. And I do believe that we have a lot of Christmas lights that the city has purchased over the years that just never really get put up. But I think it would be important for the community to rally and to have a Christmas event. And if it's sponsored, that's great. If we're able to do it like we did the 4th of July, that's absolutely beautiful. So I guess we would have to, I mean, another thing that I think the community could really use, and I don't know if this is the appropriate time to do it or not, but we used to have Old Spanish Trail Days, and there's been a lot of people who would like to see that come back. I don't know how much money is involved in doing a parade like that, but
I would like to add on this as well. That is good for the future on the Old Spanish Trails. It's got a lot of history here. For the future would be good. I don't think that we should be spending any money on community events at this time. We're cutting jobs off. We're cutting salaries. And some people might not agree that we should be spending this kind of money. We did have a small event July the 4th, and it was sponsored and volunteers. And if it can happen for that event, it can happen for any other event. That's my personal opinion.
I don't disagree with that, but I also agree with what you said, Alex, that a lot of food trucks and folks will just come out if they know that there's going to be people. So I think just having the event, but I also agree with not allocating a large portion of money for the events. Another thing that I just want to mention is there's been some people who wanted to bring a rodeo into town too. So there's been some conversations around that as well. And these are all just future visions of what I believe this administration looks to do for the community.
to touch on community events, so a great point is 4th of July. So that event was strung together with little to no expense to the city of Uhland because we were able to partner with some of our community partners being Waste Connections, Tract, even our own council members. So I do think we should definitely strive to have community events. Now, how much they cost us is what's up for debate. A great example is National Night Out. So National Night Out is a time for our public to mingle with our police officers, mingle with each other for a very low cost to the city. So I think what needs to be looked at is what is the most bang for your buck to gather the community. Because again, that should be the goal of our city government, is to make sure our community members feel like they're welcome to gather in the city they live in. So whatever this number turns into, I think what's most important that we identify what is it we're wanting to have over the next fiscal year. Again, National Night Out is like a $500 expense to the city, which touches hundreds of people who live here. You could argue that that is worth every single penny you spend into it. Now, if you said you want to spend 10 grand on Christmas, you can say that's probably not the best use of money, right?
Yeah.
But I think what's critical is for us to say, what is the best use of our money, knowing that we do have partners who want to give to the community. Like I said, Waste Connections was here today because he wants to give money to National Night Out. He was like, we want to give you guys money or give you something to do this event. A lot of the people exist. So what this turns into is you earmark $10,000 or $5,000 or $1,000, knowing that you don't want to spend that money. The first option is always find as many sponsors as you can, but sometimes it's worth it to spend a little bit of money to make sure you're at least doing the event. But if you earmark none for it at all, you've now said we can't do anything for this. So I think what's important is you don't go to zero. I think 10,000 might be a little too much. Maybe not. I don't know. It's up to you guys. But what I do think is there is a number that we should land on from here where we can say we can at least do the things that the community will see the most bang for their buck. Again, National Night Out, Chief can tell you that was a tremendous success for our community because it gives them a chance to come here, meet our officers, meet each other, which I think to me, that is the most critical juncture of an event. Is your community talking to each other?
The Jamaica is another like very strong event that the community has voiced wanting to have back, and that might require some parking type stuff because I think that there were some parking issues with St. Michael's, and we might have to utilize or leverage our property up here on the hill for that. But I can't imagine that there would be a huge cost associated with that Jamaica event, other than like a few police officers for safety and some parking attendants, or if we needed to bus people from, Uhland Elementary or something, they parked over there and then came over the event. But
I want to follow up on that. The St. Michael's Church in 2024, when I used to go to the fish fry, I met some couples there that were cooking, and they said that the current priest did not want the Jamaica. And so I don't know how often they're changed. I don't know if he's here for the long term, but if we focus on having a Jamaica because people want it, the ultimate decider is going to be the priest because
can I chime in on that? 'Cause
sure,
there's been some
but I wasn't finished, but go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Well,
Please
I
finish.
just wanted to share what I know from 2024 and it hasn't changed.
Well, go ahead and finish. I didn't mean to interrupt. I apologize.
I don't think it's changed. If you go and talk to the priest, or anyone can choose to talk to the priest. I know that there's a resident that posted on Facebook that I don't know if she called them or saw him in person, and she said, no, they're not going to do it, or he doesn't want to do it. And so it is disappointing for the community that they're not going to have it, because in 2024, when I first found out, I was disappointed, but it's not my decision. Go ahead.
So there has been subsequent conversations with that priest, and there is some willingness for St. Michael's to move forward with that event, not this year, but next year. I would get into more details, but the resident that posted the comment on the Facebook didn't know what the whole story was. And anyways, again, subsequently, St. Michael's is interested in bringing that event back, and that's where it stands as of today.
Got it. Noted.
I think like Hayden said, just earmarking at least a little bit of money in there. Maybe not the 10, that's in there right now. Maybe it's
Maybe 5,000 or
Yeah, I was thinking
That's
5,000.
Because again,
Yeah.
the policy that you guys direct from this turns into, you direct staff or the administrator you guys have, that you say, get sponsors first, and
Get
then,
us that free money, Hayden.
yes.
Get us that free money. Get sponsors.
Yeah, so the direction is get sponsors, and then if you need to spend this money, then it's a conversation with you guys, right? So when you earmark it, you're not guaranteeing it's being spent, right? That's why I want to make sure we're not going to say $5,000 disappearing. This is contingency if you can't find sponsors to hold the events that are critical. Again, I would say there's critical events that bring the community together. 4th of July being one, a Christmas tree lighting is another one, the National Night Out is another one. Those to me are like non-negotiable times for the community to come together. So the plan A is always, hey, staff, go find sponsors. But if you need to spend a little bit of money, you better have a really good reason why you can't find sponsors. Because again, it took me 3 days to have almost every bit of 4th of July paid for by other people. We bought 4th of July plates, and I probably could have had someone else buy those for us as well. But all the food, all the drinks, all the time was donated. So it's out there.
And decorations.
And decorations. So every part of that. So that is not a unique situation because, again, it speaks highly of those who are investing in the community that they want to be here. So when Waste Kitchens does that, they're doing it because they're trying to show the public, hey, we're a partner. We're not just a franchisee in your city. When Track does it, they're saying, hey, we want to be a community partner with you guys. Those exist. It just takes a little bit of communication.
I want to add something. So as you know, whoever attended National Night Out the first one we had was last year. It was a great turnout. I think we had over 150 people. But I have a lot of experience with reaching out and getting donations. Like for instance, the Bounce House, I got that for half price. Chick-fil-A, I think it was $75, and they brought a bunch of sandwiches, and they brought the cow out to hand out, certificates and coupons. Quantum, our record that we use, he donated his kettle corn truck, and I don't know if you had the kettle corn, is delicious. So he did that for free. I can get a lot of sponsors like I did last year. I think where the cost comes in is the swag. If you guys want me to provide swag, which I think last year I spent maybe, I think $500 or $600 just on swag alone. That's like pins and cups and little things that people enjoy, the little gift bags and so forth that when they come to our table and so forth. But the cost is minimal. And like I said, I'm having a lot of experience with getting sponsors. And as far as the Jamaica, I'm for that. I've got a relationship with Father Lopez. The churches that I go to, they have during the day Jamaicas, which I think is great. I think it runs from like noon to 8. I think the issue was last time when they did have them before the police department was here, that issues with people trashing the area in the streets with beer cans and having loud bands and so forth. But, Jamaicas don't have to run that way. So just wanted to add
I think we can definitely have some conversations
Yes.
around all that. And I would bring up some of the other details that were mentioned, but I just don't feel at liberty to bring up some of the other things that the priest had said and mentioned on why it wasn't happening. But it wasn't just parking issues. And again, I think it was a combination of some of the other stuff. But I think that we can partner in a way and make this happen so that the whole community is excited. But this was something that everybody, including myself and my family, used to attend every year. So we'd like to see it come back too.
Ready?
Yes.
All right. The next few slides we've already discussed, which is great. And then there's also some questions on some small line items. I'm going to answer those separately with the details behind those, like what makes up the $2,000 or what makes up this $1,500. I'll provide those details separately because I don't really want to go into those kind of, you can get them in a spreadsheet or whatever. Other than that, I guess skip to the second last one. Just real quick.
You want to discuss zeroing out the stipends?
That's up to y'all. If y'all wanted to zero
Just to propose to you guys, a way to save $54,000 in the budget is to not get stipends or paid. So just so you guys know that is out there. It can either be zero or less, but just know that is low-hanging money. That is, I don't want to say atypical for a city of our size, but a lot of cities of our size don't pay their councils. I don't know when that started here. Maybe it's been forever.
April 2023, before I got here.
So just know that is an atypical occurrence for a city of our size. y'all are free because, I mean, we've met now 8 weeks in a row, going on 9 weeks in a row. So you all are spending a lot of time up here. So I don't want to belittle the amount of effort that it takes to do this. But just know that as we're nickel and diming every single part of our budget, you can't just overlook this piece as a discussion point. So that's why this was on here to discuss. If y'all don't want to touch it, great, we can move on. But I just wanted to at least levy the fact that it is $54,000 of the budget that can go towards funding another position. So just know that is up for y'all to work out amongst yourself because it is your pay.
Hayden, do you know exactly what we're getting right now, City Council?
Sure. So y'all haven't been paid since May because I need to set up the pay. But council members get $500 per month for a total of $6,000, and the mayor gets $2,000 a month for a total of $24,000. When you add all that together, it's $54,000 annually.
Plus
Now that's not
taxes.
including the payroll taxes, which is another
$4,000 or so.
about $4,000. So you can say about 60 grand is going towards council pay.
Is there a special meeting pay, or someone was saying something about stipends,
Nope.
or maybe meeting reimbursement for travel or mileage?
So that was, I believe under the old policy, everyone on this council does not qualify. I'll make it easy on you. So no one here qualifies for what was the old methodology, which was, I think the mayor got meeting stipends that were outside of council, and I believe everybody else got special meeting pay, but that has since stopped. So right now, the approved ordinance is $2,000 a month for the mayor and $500 a month per council member.
And this is half of what it was last year because of those changes. So, and like you said, we've met for like 9 weeks straight, researching, getting all this information and everything like that. We've cut that budget in half. And so the mayor's no longer getting a vehicle allowance, and we're no longer getting special meetings pay and everything like that, which I'm comfortable with that change. And so I think we've cut it by over 50%. I'm comfortable with it.
Maybe if y'all were meeting once a month, that would be a different discussion.
Yeah, I think.
Thank you, yes.
I think this is maybe a good conversation for next fiscal year then, because if things do stabilize and we are only doing one meeting per month and the meetings only run for a couple hours, you can then say that you're getting $500 an hour if the meetings are short, right? So I think there is definitely a delta where if you're only meeting once a month for an hour or two, have that conversation. But I can tell you, I jokingly did the math that since the end of June, we've met every week, and we're going to meet one more time next week and one more time after that for a total of 9 meetings in a row. So like I said, I don't want to belittle the effort that's going into this. It's just we can't talk about everything in the budget then glance over this piece. So moving on, Doug.
I just wanted to go right to the second last slide because
Great.
these ones I'll address them kind of separately in an email, small balances and stuff. The calendar. So I know you have a meeting next week, and I know you have a meeting the week after. I think that's what, August 5th, I think. That August 5th meeting is the one I'm targeting to not only get you this whole revised copy, everything we talked about, which is fantastic, but also that's going to include the tax rates because by then we'll have certified values. You're going to see your proposed tax rate, the no new revenue rate, voter approval rate has to be presented to you. So that's a great meeting for that. And then that starts kind of the timeline of, putting the notice in the paper, doing all that good stuff, and adopting the budget in September. So I like where we're at. This was a great discussion tonight, and I thoroughly thank you for.
We
the
thoroughly
direction.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you as well, Zach.
Thank you, Zach.
Thank you.
Doug.
It's Doug.
Doug, my bad.
It's okay.
Thanks, Doug.
We get it all the time.
Great.
Mayor, for point of order, when we're done with this agenda item, can I request a recess?
Yes.
We
you
should
may.
definitely do that, yes.
Okay, so any other questions, concerns before we take a break? None? Okay, so
How long is the break?
is 5 minutes okay? 10 minutes? Okay, that's fine. So
Nine
we,
oh five.
so the time is 8:56. We are going to take a break for 10 minutes. Yes. Necessary. ¿Qué pasó? doing it. Because, former mayor used to tell me that all the time. This is Tom, it's Tom. And we get in trouble. Somebody reports us.
Like the ethics, it's like the ethics committee kind of thing, right? Or it's totally,
Well, mine is Texas Urban Meeting.
meeting.
I'll go for power. Before we get that.
Can we change the lights in here? They're terrible.
Are they right?
They are. They're like these neon,
The yellows.
like it gives Mary headaches, and we need Mary's productivity. Yeah.
Where do I go? Oh, Needham Road, JNC, Dual Hair Salon. So right off, right across the big gas station there, Needham Road. JNC, JNC Dual Hair Salon. Yeah, so you know where the gas station is right there on the left, right across, the little white house. And okay, thank you. Bye, be safe.
The only reason I was trying to interrupt you, not to be rude.
Well, I just wanted to finish.
Well, I know, but what you were saying
Oh,
was.
Okay, we are resuming our meeting. The time is 9:07 PM. Next agenda item, 8.2. Discussion and possible action to authorize the city administrator to recruit and hire a full-time temporary assistant city secretary, including approval of the position, compensation, benefits, and other terms of employment. That's you.
Thank you, Mayor. I did send an email. You guys this morning. Again, I apologize immensely for how late things get to you, but hopefully you understand that there's a lot of things moving in space currently, so I'm trying to get to you as soon as possible. This position has been open for roughly 2 weeks, I believe, since I was instructed to post it. We received 5 applicants for the position. I sent you all 5 applicants. I did a breakdown that was pretty extensive about each applicant and their qualifications and who and why and where they're coming from. With that, I did mention Anna, who's actually in attendance tonight, as who could be somebody who could step into the role immediately for us. I put in there her resume, her qualifications, where she's coming from Creedmoor. I know we have a very specific spot we're trying to fill to cover a lot of positions. Just to give you background on Anna, she was the city administrator for Creedmoor, similar situation, wearing many hats, doing a lot of different things. That is somebody who can come in immediately and know how city government works on day 0. Going down the other applicants, there were 2 other applicants who were qualified. Aaron Penny from Garland, not in a role that quite transfers in the auditor role for Garland, not really a one-for-one transposed position. Now, ranked highly because an auditor is meticulous, has to do a lot of details, so they are a qualified person to likely be trained for it. But if you remember, the direction that I was given from council was find somebody who can immediately come into the role and assist with city operations. I won't go into many other candidates, because again, like I said, there was 5, but only 2 actually had transferable experience, and only 1 can step in day 1 and actually do the position. So with that, I'll take questions. I did invite Anna here tonight to answer any questions, because again, the direction was to bring you guys the most qualified candidates. I brought the most qualified candidate from the pool. And again, if y'all would like to ask your questions, you can. If you don't want to ask questions, also great. Just know that this has been open for now 2 weeks. If you want to keep going, we can. But the direction was, how do we fill a hole in our organization immediately?
Right. And Hayden, I would like to thank you. You presented us with a lot of information. In you going through the applications, you presented us with their history, their experience, their skills, and in rating them, I want to first say thank you very much for this summary of all the applicants, because I found it very, very valuable to use. So I do, in looking through the resumes themselves, I do agree with your determinations, but this was a lot of work. Thank you very much.
Yeah, if you recall, the direction was to kind of have a turnkey process for you guys, because again, with time being so limited, we need to be moving fast, because every day that goes by is less time for us to be training this person to fill some of these holes while I'm here. Again, it won't cover every single thing in the city, because again, we're going to have 2 holes, myself, and then this one we're trying to hire. So this just fills one of those spots. But again, I've interviewed Anna before, so she also applied for the utility billing position as well. And so I have interviewed this person. That is why I usually would not be comfortable bringing someone and saying, here's this person. But I have talked to this person. I have interviewed them before. I do know extensively their experience, their history in another city. So that is why I'm comfortable saying this person can fill the needs for the city right now. So with that, like I said, I went into extensive detail, not to help you make a decision or make a decision for you, but to make sure you had at least as much information as possible. That way you didn't feel like you're just being rushed into a decision. So I want to make sure that you got enough information. If you want to decide, you can. If you don't have to. I did invite her to ask her questions, because again, this position is so nuanced with council. So I do think while it's not the full-time city secretary, this person will be working closely with you guys. So the other candidates, not as readily, I didn't ask them because they're kind of not readily available in the geographic area of Uhland. So again, I'm going off of the direction that was given to me. And so now I pass the ball back to you guys to now make some decisions.
I think we definitely have to fill this position pretty much immediately. And my questions, I don't want to put you on the spot too much, Anna, but why do you want to come here to Uhland? And is this something that you want to make permanent, or is this just temporary to help us out and you go back to Creedmoor?
Miss Anna, please get up to the podium and you can answer those questions.
Straight into the hot seat.
Hi. That's a great question. As you know, Neither World, Uhland, and Mustang Ridge and Creedmoor are sister cities. And so I want to stay in this area. My position at the Creedmoor is no longer with the new elected officials. You know, there's managerial changes. So that's one of the changes that we did. When I did meet Hayden, and that's why he did ask me why this change. There's other positions further out, but I wouldn't stay here. This is where I want to be. I do have a home here in Uhland, so I do, but I do reside in Creedmoor though. So I want to stay in here. I do know of all the struggles that Uhland has gone through, the past and everything. I did work with previous mayor and secretary. We've been trying to get the emergency contract together with the Tri-Cities and all of that. So I'm very familiar with it. And I think I can definitely help Uhland, but it's also for myself. Like I said, Uhland, even though I don't live here, is still part of my city. I've been here for over 40 years in this area. So we've all traveled all these roads. We know what the roads feel like, and we know what all our community are.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my last question was going to be how is this going to benefit you? But I think you answered that. Thank you so much.
And I had a question. What do you think? I guess he had asked. So you would like it to be a permanent position, and I did like you said that you resided in Creedmoor
I did.
Did-
I've been
okay.
there for over 40 years.
for 40 years. Okay, and then I did like the fact that you're a homeowner, because it does. Not only is this a position for you, but obviously you care about the direction of the city. So I think that's a big positive. I would like to say, I guess does the one-to-one matching, and does everything seem like it'd be a good fit for you?
Yeah, Hayden and I also talked about that. Creedmoor actually has 1 to 1.5, but you have a 7%, and Creedmoor only had a 5%. So it's still a better option.
Oh, so we are in
There
better
are
in
worse
some
options
aspects.
out there, everybody,
Yeah.
just so you know.
Yes.
So
Sorry.
just so everyone knows, there is worse. So
Awesome.
one point real fast in the interview process before, I did explain to Anna the struggles of the city. So there is no surprises for this position. So this is not something where she's unaware of just the turnovers and the struggles that have happened over the last 6 months. So this is the fact that she's applying means that she does want to be here because she's not unaware, because again, being a sister city to Uhland means they probably share Facebook pages. They read the newspaper when the news is posted. So there is no surprises coming to this, which is a great point of this, because our worst fear is that someone comes here not knowing that the budget meeting we just went through happened, right? I mean, a lot of people might be scared that, hey, we're cutting positions, reducing pay. That might detract someone from coming here. In this case, Anna wants to come here. So I think it's a point to bring to you guys, just that there is no clouded vision here. This has been pretty direct.
And I do wish to be permanent, not just temporary, but I also understand that this position is a temporary until the board decides on what they want to do.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Awesome. You have any other questions?
I do. So can you just clarify what your previous position was at Creedmoor?
Sure. I started off as a treasurer, and then I moved up to the interim city manager or city administrator, and then I was city administrator for the last 3 years.
And can you share with us maybe some challenges that you faced within your position as a city administrator at Creedmoor, and maybe what that challenge looked like, how you worked through it with the council members, and what the result was?
Sure. We had also a lot of changes. There's a lot of growth. So a lot of development coming in, setting up escrow accounts, setting up different funds, because we only had one general fund at the moment. We did have a budget of 300,000. We are over 2 million right now. So having to find different revenues, whether it was the sales tax or property taxes,
working on that. So those were the biggest challenges, like any city budget. And then, of course, roads, getting grants, a CDBG grant for our roads, which we are currently working, a Texas Parks and Wildlife grant, a bulk cleanup grant, a GLOW grant for our comprehensive and master plan. So it was, even though our city had been created since 1982, there was still a lot of ordinances that were maybe passed and just copied and pasted, and we had to do a lot of missing records that we had to put together. So I sympathize with Peyton having to try to puzzle everything. So those are the biggest challenges, is putting all the puzzles together for our planning department, for our engineers, and then for, of course, our new board members. Also, educating our new board members as they come in and making certain that they get the information with plenty of time so they can make an accurate decision or ask questions prior to a meeting, so we don't have long meetings. Those were some of the things that a lot of our board members were not used to, that they were being presented everything at the meeting. So creating packets for them, emailing them to them a week in advance, so several different challenges. There's been a lot of changes, but again, you, the board, give the direction, and then us following it, and just, clear communication is what was also a challenge to have staff, because staff was also a lot confused as to who they needed to report to.
Thank you. And what would you, in your best estimation, what's the biggest asset that you would bring to the city of Uhland?
My experience of all the challenges that we had to go through that are similar to what Uhland is going through, I think that would be the biggest asset. And again, like Haven said, this is my community. Even though I may not be a resident of Uhland, this is still my community.
And what would you say, in on the opposite side of that, what would you say would be the biggest place for improvement for you?
The biggest place for improvement?
Mm-hmm. What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness? My biggest weakness is that I'm old school. And so technology, AI, when you have newer generations coming in, understanding what they, wanting to be remote and things like that, I don't understand it. I think, I'm sorry. I just think I'm used to the old fashioned way that you earn your pay, you earn your raise, you show your work. And I just have a struggle with people using AI, and I trust me, I've taken a class and I've gotten used to ChatGPT and Notebook and everything. And yes, I'm learning that it is wonderful. It's like Google. It's going to bring in from other cities and other information. So you have to be familiar with what is going on in your own city and the ordinances that belong to your city. It's not going to be a general. And that's one of my biggest challenges and one of my biggest issues.
And would you be willing to share with us why you stepped down from your position and left your city administration position?
It was a mutual agreement. Like I said, a new elected officials came in, managerial differences. They are placing ordinances, and then they want to give exemptions. And it's like, well, if you're going to give an exemption, change the ordinance. And so there's a struggle there.
And the current mayor that's there at Creedmoor currently, what would he say about you if we called him and asked, and would he be willing to write you a reference?
I don't know if the current mayor would be willing to give me a reference. He just started in November. I do know that the family has been in there for over 40 years, even though he's new. His family member was there for over 40 years. I know the Mayor Pro Tem would definitely write a good reference. I say yes. I don't know.
I'm going to save you, Anna. So not fully an interview for her, just so everyone knows. So this is meant to be more of just a conversation with you guys, because remember, this position is hired by the city administrator, even though I'm leaving. It is a little bit more nuanced than just, so these are great city secretary questions. We're hiring a temporary interim city secretary. So I don't want to get too far down the line and have Anna have to do 20 questions, when in reality, not really pertinent here, honestly. I mean, what we're looking at is, can this person do the functions of this interim temporary assistant city secretary, my opinion is yes. And that is what we are looking to hire. If in some way in the future we want to change this role to something else, these are all great questions to ask. Again, as somebody who's been in this profession a long time, when someone leaves the city manager role, there is a million reasons why that could be the case. Political change, personal change, personality changes. So I don't want to dig in too much on the why she left Creedmoor and more about what experiences get afforded to us in this interim temporary situation. And I can tell you, just based on having worked in a city and done noticing agenda items, there is extreme value to that. So I don't want to diminish all of Anna's experiences because she has a lot of them. But what we're looking for is immediate help to immediately help fill gaps in our city right now. And while I do like the questions are great interview questions, not technically an interview, more of just a, hey, here's your experiences and what do we think those experiences do for us as a whole.
Let me just interject for a minute then, because one thing I've learned, and I've been a hiring manager for a number of years, and I've hired award-winning teams in the past. One thing that I've learned in my experience is you don't just hire warm bodies. It's our responsibility not to simply hire someone with the right qualifications on paper, but to exercise the due diligence and select an individual who is going to be the best fit long-term for the city. Public records from the city of Creedmoor reflect that the city council convened in an executive session concerning complaints related to the city administrator position during Ms. Ortiz's tenure. And while I recognize that executive sessions and agendas don't really establish necessarily wrongdoing or validity of any complaint, they do raise questions, for me at least, that in my opinion warrant careful consideration. So given the significant challenges that our city is already currently in, I think that we should be focused on bringing in fresh leadership with a demonstrated record of stability and success rather than assuming an unnecessary risk. And so for those reasons, I cannot support moving forward with this particular candidate. I would maybe consider looking at one of the other candidates, maybe the second one.
And I agree with you on a lot of that. The one difference I have with you, I'm sorry, with those comments, is we all know how political a city council can be, and from a previous mayor.
Mhm.
And we all know how they can tear down an administrator and with even lack of proof, and what they can do to somebody's career and what they can do to somebody's livelihood. So I would just want to remind everybody that it's not like in the corporate business world where you have managers and bosses and then somebody gets terminated for whatever reason. This is a political arena that I believe we all don't play politics, but it has happened in the past here in Uhland, and I can't put it to the side that it didn't happen there in Creedmoor, because from what I understand, if I heard this correctly, this change occurred when a new council was put in place. So I guess what I'm saying is I don't know how much credence I put into how much politics was in their decision or how much facts was in their decision, because we've experienced similar here in Uhland.
And I can appreciate that. So thank you for sharing that. And I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying.
Oh,
However, what I would say is that I don't think we should put ourselves in a position where we need to make a hasty decision right now. And I get it. We are between a rock and a hard place. But I still don't think that we should just take a hasty decision. I think that we should take our time
So
on the
just
process.
so we're all aware, I was directed by the body. The body decided you guys wanted somebody immediately.
Well, we do, but we want the right person.
well, I want to share, I understand what you're saying, and I understand what Councilmember Lapointe is saying. We don't have someone banging on our door wanting to come to work here. I'm not saying that the other candidates were not, um, they have a right to apply, but we have a person here that is willing to come to work, even though the city is where it's at and has been. And this is not permanent. This is a temporary job. And so I don't know, does the temporary job fall under that personnel policy where it says you get 90-day probation?
Every job that is not a contracted job is a probationary job.
Okay, thank you. So my personal opinion is that what Mayor Lapointe, Councilmember Lapointe said, in all the TML trainings that I've been since I started as a council member, there's a plethora of other cities with numerous issues when they have a changing of the guard. That's not uncommon. Even Vicky Rudy said it when she was here. And so I didn't forget that. So I just think that we have a candidate, she has qualifications, and I urge council to make a decision because we do need somebody. And the 90-day probation is, I guess if something was to go awry, it's an exit plan, but we need somebody.
I do want to add as well that direction to hire is not offering a job tonight. It means I'm going and doing background checks, calling references, and verifying what is on the application as true. So just so you guys know, this is not a extension of a job right now. You're authorizing me to do the next steps of what it means to bring somebody into the organization, which means background check, reference check, and those type of things are typical of hiring a position. So I'm not asking you guys to hire someone blindly. There is a part B to this, which is great. We can agree that we want to hire this person. Now is this person hireable based on what is set out in our personnel policy? So I want to clarify that because the language in the agenda item is direction to do those things.
So I do agree that, we do want to hire the right person, but we don't have time. The clock is at 0 right now. Hayden is out of here in a week. So we have to do this now. She's the only one here. Like Hayden said, he only got a couple applications and narrowed it down. And it's only a temporary position. So if we're not happy with her work and, whatever the probationary period is or whatever the temporary role, the length of that is, then, we can source to find somebody else. But if we don't have somebody, who's here? Nobody.
And the direction can be, you guys want me to bring other applicants in. It's just based on the last meeting we had, the direction was to bring whoever was the most qualified, in my opinion. I did that. We can easily ask the other people to come in here and do this thing, but just know that's another week from now because we can't post any agendas for anything before next Tuesday. So we can put it on next Tuesday's agenda. I got to call the applicants and see if they're willing to drive from Garland and another one from outside San Antonio. So we can do that. All those things are doable. So I don't want to say we can't do those things.
Has the special agenda or has the special meeting agenda been posted for next week?
It will go tomorrow now because we can't have the attorney there until Wednesday.
So it'll go up tomorrow and then we'll meet Wednesday?
Yes.
So we can't put on that agenda?
Sure, but you are then 7 more days without someone in this office. Which, if that's you guys are okay with, by all means.
I wanted to share that when myself as a council member and former council member Keisha Contreras and former interim city administrator Vicky Rudy were searching for a city administrator and doing all the, reading the applications and trying to figure out, narrow down who were the top candidates, going through all that process. I told Vicky, because she had extended the length of time for people to apply, you're going to get the top people that are going to apply right away. And then the rest of the time, you're just kind of waiting for anybody else to show up. And then you get all the ones that are going to give it a try. And some of them weren't even qualified. So you get the top candidates right away. And just because we want the right fit and we want to find someone, they may not apply. I mean, they may not there may not be no more applicants. So we have, we're in a situation where we need to make a decision to hire someone that is qualified. And it's a probationary time. And, council has to decide.
I did want to ask, Hayden, you had said that you'd asked her to come to the meeting. Okay, because I was wondering because we're here late. I think it shows that you're very interested in the job.
I want to be very clear. I didn't reach out to any other applicant because again, the direction was to bring who was the most qualified, in my opinion,
Okay.
based on paper only. And again, I've met with Anna on a previous interview, so I know the person more than just from a LinkedIn search or a paper application. So yes, if you guys do want to bring more people, we can do that. It's just the direction was not the direction that was given to me at the last meeting.
I would feel more comfortable based on the situation to bring in one more person and put it on the agenda for next week. And I get it that we're in a crunch time, but we have some other things that we're moving into place, which is why this meeting is going to happen next week as well.
So the other person's from Garland, Texas, and that person has a full-time job. And so that person, if that person was to get the job, they'd have to put in their 2 weeks notice and move down here and
For a temporary position.
yeah.
But we don't know that. We don't know that they would necessarily put in 2 weeks.
Oh, no, I'm just saying, again, when I evaluate these candidates, I looked at does this person fully understand this job is not permanent? So this person in Garland applied. If they didn't read that it's not funded for more than a little while, you have to ask yourself, maybe she will, but I didn't get that deep into it. But I made the decision based on the direction from you guys to expedite this, that the likelihood of someone quitting a full-time job, unless they're also quitting for a reason, would not want to move from Garland to here for what is a temporary position. We are more than welcome to bring that person and ask them that question. But again, that was not the direction. Again, I am willing to do whatever the council body wants me to do, but just know that what we're at tonight was based on the direction from a previous meeting.
I'm just scared that if we wait, worst case scenario, we realize that Anna was the better of the two applicants. Then we could have made a decision earlier. Even though I probably agree with Mark that it might be the best, but I don't know if time is on our side. So.
Well, time is definitely not on our side. And it's unfortunate.
But I do appreciate you coming out here and then
You're welcome.
and showing interest in the position. I'm really impressed with your qualifications.
Any other questions?
Any other questions?
Not a requirement, but are you bilingual by chance?
I'm very bilingual
Oh, that's
Yeah.
Awesome.
with Spanish.
good
not
match.
with other things.
You should have said German. That'd been hilarious.
Oh.
Some German. I grew up in New Braunfels. Yes, I am bilingual, very fluent.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for
Um,
coming.
If nobody has any other questions or comments, I would like to make a motion.
Okay.
You're ready? Okay. I would make a motion, and I'm not exactly sure how to word this, to authorize the city administrator to negotiate the hire of a full-time temporary assistant city secretary, including doing the required background check and any other procedures that he deems necessary for that position. And for the applicant of Anna Ortiz.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a second for Matthew Esposito. Councilmember Esposito, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilmember Lapointe?
Aye.
Councilmember Pineda?
I'm going to say aye.
Councilmember Gorancic?
I'm so sorry, but I'm going to have to stick to my principles and say no.
Just a yes or no?
No.
Councilmember Saldivar?
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries. And Mr. Hayden, you've got a directive. Thank you, Ms. Anna Ortiz, for coming. Okay, agenda item Number 8.3, discussion and possible action to establish and approve a 30-day performance improvement plan for the city secretary, including performance expectations, required corrective actions, evaluation criteria, and a follow-up review. And everybody got a handout. It's a 3-page double-sided handout from Mr. Brodowski. And did you want to add anything on here?
Great. So before you, there's a performance improvement plan, or PIP in the normal world. One thing I'm looking for on this is the 30-day standard at the end of this. I want to make sure that we're aligned on what we're asking for. So on number one purpose, we go through, again, this is a lot of standard jargon for PIPs. What I'm looking for, though, is the requirement is to reach a minimum of 3 per area. Sometimes it's more about having an average of 3 at the end and not each one being a 3. Wholly up to you guys and how you want to see that transpire. Because again, the goal is you want to see professional growth, not perfection. So I put it in there as what I've done previously in my other cities about expectations. I've done both, where I've had it to where the bottom one, minimum overall 3 with no categories below a 3. Or you can say a minimum of an average of 3, and the ones in between just need to show improvement. Again, the goal of this is that you're not seeing slipping in the grades, right? You want to see professional growth. And so that's the first one, performance and baselines. Again, the next one, everything in this is measurable based on the actual grade that was given. I thought it was prudent to make sure that we're reviewing based on the scores that were given and then giving strict outlines of how each score should be improved. I'll tell you, as a manager, every good PIP should be also work for a manager. There's a lot of conversation and a lot of check-ins because this is not just the employee who's doing the work. A good manager also is working with that employee because it's about success. It's not about punishment. It's performance improvement with the goal of a successful deal. So again, you can flip through there. A lot of required actions in there. I also put in there, what is the measurable? And then I did a day 1, 3, 7, 14, 21, and 30 check-in. So again, this will be a lot of paperwork, but it should be, because when you have an employee who is a full-time person that carries a lot of responsibility, you shouldn't just frivolously be doing a performance plan that is not meant to be succeeded upon. So this also requires a lot of hands-on from the manager. If this is not what you guys wanted to see, I am more than happy to go back into the drawing board and realign it. But this is what I've done in previous cities that allow for a lot of interaction and communication. So I know you all got this right before the meeting because I forgot to print this morning and email it to you guys. So if you have questions, what you've seen, feel free to ask away.
I just got to say, this is excellent, because any performance improvement plan that I've had is just like a sign here. And then a week later, have a good day. I mean, but I was at a tech company doing sales, so, it's completely different. But no, I think overall, I think what you've created so far is really good and outlined very well. Thanks.
Very good.
I do like it a lot, Hayden, too, and it does look like a lot, and it does look very complicated. I do want to just say for the record, though, I want it to be fair, and I don't want it to be too overwhelming for her, because I know it is a lot of work. And then to take that workload and then to be documenting on top of that, if someone's already not meeting the minimum standard, and then to keep dumping work on top of them, you're kind of, burying them a little bit. So I just want to make sure that the whole process and the review process is going to be fair.
Great. And
Thank you.
one point is on number 10, the checkpoint record. This is where this gets to be less than 30 days if you want it to, right? So you can say if on day 7, the category is meets, partial, or does not meet. If does not meet is the answer, this becomes not a 30-day performance alignment, it's a 7-day alignment, right? So this is meant to be all-inclusive because it should be very descriptive, because again, what is being weighted is not just a facility person. This is a person that their job is governed by the state in a lot of ways, right? So you want to make sure that you're checking as many boxes as possible. And again, that is why there's a lot of manager input, because to your point, in a tech company, you can just say, hey, meet this sales goal and that's it. Whereas with this, we have actually measurables that can actually be looked at as deliverables, which is another tech word for you. So again, this is what I've done in previous cities. It is a lot, but again, I think the best PIPs are the ones that do provide detail, because now the employee, there is no secrets how to be successful. I have lined out word by word what it takes to be successful in this organization. If you can't meet it, can't be here. And then on day 7, you can say does not meet, and then we'll see on the next agenda that update.
If I can just ask, and maybe the attorney's going to have to answer this, as far as I understand it, the employee is still not at the job, it's not at the office. So how do you start this without them coming into the office?
It's actually addressed in the PIP. All right. And it specifically says, I forget, I think it's like page 4. It's somewhere towards the end of the PIP. It actually says that excused absences
Right.
are not considered to be deficiencies. All right. And so the employee would have to actually be back in the office and working in order to satisfy these requirements. Otherwise, they're excused from meeting these requirements until they come back.
So number 9 says leave accommodation and fair administration. That goes back into it being fair. You couldn't start this while the employee is on approved leave, right? So that would be an unfair standard to meet. So this only goes into place when the employee is back full time.
And Hayden, I had a question. I know that your last day is going to be on the 5th. So who would be on the 6th, I guess, who would take responsibility of kind of keeping track? Like, okay, we're on day 10, day 11.
Yep. So there's 2 potential outcomes here. One is if you find an interim temporary city administrator, they immediately assume the roles of staff. Now, the state law, and I'll let him confirm this, is that in the absence of a city administrator, the mayor is the chief executive officer of the city.
Okay.
So the mayor would then be administering this performance plan in lieu of a city administrator.
Okay. Yes, sir.
One of the things that's near the beginning of the performance improvement plan is an obligation on the part of the city to clearly identify the answer to your question. And I think it is incumbent upon the city to make it clear to the employee when she returns who exactly is the person that's going to be carrying this out, especially if the employee doesn't come back until after Mr. Brodowski has already left the city. Statutorily, that would be the mayor who's responsible for that, and that just needs to be made clear to the employee.
Yes, sir.
I would also like to know who, sorry, this is completely different, I guess. The new assistant secretary that we're bringing on board, who would that, I don't even know if we can deliberate on this.
Who do they report to?
Yeah, my question is who does the assistant city secretary report to?
The city administrator, or in lieu of city administrator, the mayor. So that job is not an appointed position, it is a staff position.
Okay, so if the secretary comes back, then, okay, no, that's fine.
This job would never report to the city secretary ever. So this job will always be either mayor or administrator, depending on who is the chief of the organization in terms of powers delivered, I guess. But this job would never be like under the secretary in terms of reporting. It would be adjacent, kind of in a different branch, because you can imagine there's a web of employees. You have council, administrator, secretary, and then all the staff positions are under the administrator. So this person, even though they are doing functions of the city secretary in lieu of the city secretary, the job will always report as a staff position, not an appointed position.
I want to help clarify what Mr. Brodowski was saying, because he was using the word "this position," referring to the position we were discussing on the last agenda item. Currently, we're discussing the city secretary position.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
I figured you guys were all following that, but I don't know who's still paying attention on YouTube or Facebook
And it's late.
tonight.
I do have a question on the number 10 item where it has the checkpoints. Because this is a performance evaluation, and hopefully we'll have our temporary interim city administrator by that time. Then does that city administrator report to council, keeps track of documentation, and brings it to council, or who does?
Yes, so everything, how this gets administered is what happens over the next, I leave in 9 days now. So in the next, if we find somebody to be the interim temporary city administrator, then if you look on the first page, it identifies, it's the fourth box, plan issued by. So you guys are issuing the plan because the secretary position reports to you guys. then it's administered by the city administrator or council's designated supervisor. So it could, if the employee comes back while I'm here, it's me, then you guys can redesignate it to whoever you want it to be. Or if she returns after I'm gone, you can designate anybody on council to do it, or the interim city administrator if you have one, or the mayor. So I did that intentionally to give you guys options because I don't want to pigeonhole you guys and having to decide now. It gives you guys the opportunity to decide later.
Okay, so if I'm hearing you correctly, might be confused, but like tonight, we can approve this plan, but actually, it's not going to go into effect until the employee returns to the office.
That is correct.
And so at that point, we would designate who's going to administer the plan to the employee. Or do we tonight say, okay, I approve this plan and I want it administered by the city administrator, if not available, the interim city administrator, if not available, the city mayor? Or do we do something like that? Or
Yep. You could
yeah.
do that tonight. I think it also leaves it kind of vague enough where it kind of is already kind of doing that for you guys, unless you wanted to be that specific. So, I mean, I guess the attorney can weigh in on that piece, but I think it is left intentionally vague with my departure to give you guys flexibility to decide now or later.
Okay, but if we decide later, then this can't be presented to the employee until after we have a city council meeting to make that determination?
I think if you said tonight it's the mayor, I imagine the mayor could delegate without a meeting because the delegation of that authority is going to the city administrator, if I'm correct.
I would recommend that you designate the mayor or her designee.
Thank you. Okay.
I will put that in writing on my plan if y'all are okay with that.
No, or her designee, so she can,
Is it,
yeah, she can pass
do we,
the
is it
vote.
possible for us to know exactly how many weeks it's been that,
It's like
I have
May
to-
20th?
I have to tabulate because how long is FMLA? 12 weeks. I think we're not at 12 weeks yet. I just need to calculate how far along we are into that.
do you have a rough estimate on how far?
It'd be post dated to the first day of absence, so May 21st, 22nd.
I have a follow-up question
Sure.
on what Councilmember Lapointe was talking about. And you said it would be the city administrator, or if it happens while you're here, or the temporary interim city administrator, or the mayor.
Yeah.
If it was going to be the mayor, at any time after you're not here, does the mayor get to say, I designate somebody, or do we leave it?
I
That's
would
what they
second what our attorney said, which was we write this saying this, the mayor or their designee, because at that point you can do a transfer of power on this in real time. So it would be just, you would make sure that you've caught up to speed on where you're at to make sure you're aligned, but that allows you to not have to bring this back to appoint somebody else. So by saying mayor or their designee, you now have both options in real time at all times. And the designee can be anybody.
So
Just so you
I
know.
was going to ask, is it optional or it's required
It is,
to have a designee?
I don't believe it's required.
It's not required. It's just providing the flexibility. If you were to appoint a interim city administrator, you could designate it to that person who actually is going to be doing the day-to-day work in the office.
So if there's a designee and the city secretary's back and you're not here, then that designee has to be here to monitor the employee for the whole shift.
If I may, because I want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly, is if we approve the PIP plan and appoint the city administrator, the mayor or the mayor's designee, then that means you would be overseeing that. But at any point, should you wish to, like if we hire an interim, you wish to designate them. You don't have to come back to council. You can just say, okay, interim, you take it now. It's your job.
That's what I was thinking. So if Hayden's, Mr. Brodowski's not here, and then the employee's back, and then we're getting ready to hire a temporary interim city administrator, then I can just go, here you go. Let me explain, and here you go.
But this comes back to us, though.
Yes, so since this is again, council is the one technically administering this PIP, you're designating somebody to manage the day-to-day of it, to bring back to you guys either at 30 days or in between the 30 days, depending on the success of this improvement.
So then, if you're not here, and we still don't have an interim city administrator, then if I have a designee, that person has to be here with that employee all day. Because, I mean, you gotta go by this chart, and you gotta make sure that the work quality is there, the knowledge, the attendance, the punctuality, the communication, dependability, because either the designee does that or I do that as a mayor. I don't know, I'm just asking.
Yeah, so I think this can be pared down. If you look at the easiest way to look at this is the successful performance measures. That is what this manager will have to do to make sure they're measuring success. So an example is work quality. 100% of agenda notices are submitted for required review early enough to meet posting deadlines. You don't have to be here all day to know that was done successfully. There are things that just will have to happen in a way that is measurable. That's why this PIP is so great, is every piece of this is very measurable and very definitive with very little nuance to make interpersonal decisions. So someone stopping by once a day to getting an update on where everything's at would suffice for the check-ins on this. Now, preferably you have someone here every day, but again, that's a perfect world scenario. So if someone is hired when this employee is back, not a concern. Again, I don't have any timeline currently of the return of this employee, so this all could be a non-point. So while I do appreciate we should discuss this, this could not be an issue, because if, let's say they're gone for 4 more weeks, in the next 4 weeks, you might have an interim that you can then appoint this to. So the questions are great, but again, it's kind of one of those, we're playing the if-thens for a lot of things that could also not be realities for us.
Right, but I think it's important to ask
Yes,
the questions.
100%.
And the example that you shared, I want to follow up on that. You talked about the work quality.
Sure.
So if the designee is not here to see that the work got finished, let's do a hypothetical. That could be anybody in any job, not just here, but we're talking about this employee. And this employee comes to work and doesn't get all the work done, because that happens, and then you have to overlap it to the next day. So during the day, when I've been here Monday, Tuesday, and today, Wednesday, you get a lot of phone calls, you get a lot of visitors, and you get a lot of interruptions because everybody needs something. And so I'm not sure if this amount of work doesn't get done on a Wednesday and then it overlaps onto the next day, is that going to be a mark on the employee, or how do we determine that?
Yeah. So that is why you have day 3, day 7, day 21, because a lot of this work is done sporadically. So let's say the PIP is done on a Thursday after a council meeting. You might not have an agenda to post for 30 more days.
Mm-hmm.
So some things might not be measurable. That's why it is a little bit open-ended. And again, it's measurable in a way that is fair. This is as an employee of the city, if I was on this plan, this is what I would want. That's why I wrote this. I would want something like this, because again, it is not so meticulous where if I spent all day answering the phone and couldn't do something, you can account for that in this, because it's a 7-day check-in, it's a 3-day check-in, right? So you're not compounding the one instance. You're saying over the last 3 days, were you successful? Not at between 1 and 2 were you successful? That's not the measurement. That's unfair. We're asking for sustained growth over days 3, 7, I think it was 14, 21, and 30.
Okay.
So that is why you do blocks like that, to account for the days where, let's say it's a utility bill day and 100 people come in and everyone's doing utility bills. Well, I'm not going to tell them not to do that work. So now that day as a manager turns into, that is not a measurable day other than where I can find improvements through that work. But that's why it's structured this way, because it gives that flexibility for all the random things that come in through the day to day.
And then, for example, the computer was down all day on Monday, so, you know, we did the best we could with the people that walked in to pay their bills, and I just logged in everybody's phone call. So that happens in this building where you lose power. And yesterday, we lost power right at 5. No Wi-Fi. Just putting that information out there. Any other questions or concerns? Okay, do I have a motion?
Yeah. I did want to approve this. I want to make a motion to approve this 30-day performance improvement plan for the city secretary, including performance expectations, required corrective actions and evaluation criteria, and a follow-up review.
Second.
I have a second from Councilmember Goransek.
As an item of clarification, Mr. Pineda, did you intend to include in your motion designating the mayor or her designee as the person to manage the plan?
We can designate the mayor to manage the plan until, or her designee, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Oh, we have a second from Councilmember Goransek. Councilmember Esposito, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilmember Lapointe?
Aye.
Councilmember Pineda?
Aye.
Councilmember Goransek?
Aye.
Councilmember Saldivar?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, last one. 8.4, discussion and possible action regarding city administrator recruitment services provided by Clear Career Professionals, including consideration of initiating a new recruitment, appointing an experienced interim city administrator before proceeding with recruitment, receiving a list of 3 to 5 potential candidates for council consideration, or considering qualified finalists from the prior recruitment process and providing direction to Clear Career Professionals and city staff. And I think this should have been a Mark Goransek on here, not me. But we did get that email from Clear Career,
Yep.
and she gave us those 4 options. I don't have it with me.
Yep.
Do you have it?
I can pull it up real fast. I be very direct. So they gave 4 options. So just for clarification for those watching and then the rest of council, Councilmember Gronzik did identify in the contract from Clear Career Professionals, the ones who recruited me, that if I were to leave within 1 year for any reason, they offer the city a free recruitment. They gave options to us to figure out how we want to handle it. One is like a full service recruitment they did for us the first time around. They can try to find people to fill, provide just 3 applicants to bring to you guys immediately. I think this can happen while you're doing all the other things as well, because it is an owed service. I didn't see any asterisk that says you can't do other things at the same time. So I think you could direct them to start a recruitment while you try to identify your own interim person through other means. But I think doing both at the same time affords us the best opportunity to have someone here sooner than later. So I need to pull up what Kelly said in the email just to make sure I'm verbatim saying what they offered.
I know 3 of them. One of them was that they could find us an interim, which we're going to cross that bridge next week. The second choice was to go back to the candidates that had already applied for the job and been interviewed, go back to one of those candidates and offer them a position, or they could go back to the well and start completely over from scratch. I don't remember what the 4th one was.
I'm going to read you all 4 of them from Kelly herself. So number 1, Clear begins a brand new recruitment. So they start the whole thing over again from scratch. Number 2, Clear assists in assigning an interim city administrator with experience while you guys then decide what you want to do. So you can ask them to find you an immediate interim. The third would be Clear provides a list of 3 to 5 potential finalists that you guys interview. They would extract the list from a database. So Clear is obviously all over the state, and I don't know if they're in other states yet, but they do a lot of recruitments. So people who are not selected in other cities get put into a bucket of potential immediate fills. So you have like the quick move-in options for city manager. So you can go to that. And the fourth one is Uhland reconsiders one of the remaining finalists that was presented to you guys previously, if they're still available. And those are the 4 options in front of you.
My concern about the dipping into the bucket list is that they'll give us some names, but we do not have any idea if they want to be in Uhland because they did not apply for the Uhland position. That's my concern. My concern with just taking the top ones from the previous recruitment that was done is that we don't know what's changed in their lives. And we don't know if what we're offering now will still be good enough for them. To me, there's too much unknown. To have clear choice, just find us an interim and then, but not do a recruitment, I think it's a waste of money because we can find an interim through other avenues, but clear choice by the contract could do a full-on recruitment. So it's people today at this time that are intentionally applying to be a city administrator for the city of Uhland. So when I look at those 4 options, to me, we do need an interim city administrator, but that's something that we can look at. What avenue do we go down to do that? And let Clear Choice do a full recruitment. I'm just thinking because the money, we don't have, it's not going to cost us anything.
Just time. And so that turns into the ability to do both, right? Because now we're doing a special meeting next week to discuss the ability to bring on a firm to place somebody, right? So you can do both at the same time and to satisfy, right? So from here, these 4 options only involve Clear career professionals, right? So that is only asking them to do something. What's being proposed for the next special meeting is for us to now go ask a different firm to place somebody here immediately. You can do both to make sure you're not having as much lost space, because if you do the full recruitment and don't do the other option, you're likely waiting 2 to 3 months to do the final interviews. Because if you remember, their full recruitment process is to post it, do a first round, likely a second round, and then a final interview. So you're looking at least 60 days from start of recruitment, because they got to make all the brochures, all the things. They likely meet with you guys again. So that if they do the full recruitment, that's what they offered, the full recruitment versus just bringing you guys finalists, because the full recruitment will take likely 2 full months. If you remember, y'all posted it in, I think, like November of 25, and I didn't get hired until February, end of January, right? So that was months
It
plural.
was a long process.
So
Well, and that was also a crazy former administration.
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of nuances that went into that, obviously.
Yeah.
So I do think, though, if that's the route you do want to go, you have to now also decide how you're going to fill the void, because that will take a few months. So just
So here-
Let me ask you, because you said about the options, the 4 options, but then you're talking about the interim. So they would do an interim and appoint somebody immediately, or they will do the full recruitment, or they will do this, because those are 4 options. To me, those were all ours. Are you just now saying that they will do a full recruitment and look for an interim?
So their number 2 option was Clear assist in assigning an interim city administrator with experience while the government gets their affairs in order, and then proceed with one of the other recruitment options when ready. So you could ask them to do that, or you can have them start right now for recruitment and then use a different firm to place an interim. Those are all options. That way you're not double dipping on the same people, but you can do that. Like, so they offered to find you an interim and still do a full recruitment when you're ready. But I can tell you how I'm reading this. I don't think it's simultaneous. So I think they likely find you an interim to help smooth things out. And then once you're ready, then they do the recruitment. That's how I'm reading number 2. It says clear
And it's
assistance.
no additional cost? Because it seems to me like it's going to be difficult for.
Oh,
a
you'll
company-
definitely pay that person, obviously. Yeah, there is a payment to the interim. So
No,
that
no,
part's
no,
not.
No,
free.
no,
So
no,
what's
to
the
Clear, to
cost
Clear
for all
Creek
this?
professionals, it's free. Isn't it free? That's what Mark
So
found.
for free,
The recruitment itself is free.
yes, it's finding the interim and doing a full recruitment, no additional cost.
So they didn't specify, it just says clear assist in assigning an interim city administrator with experience while the government gets affairs in order, then proceeded with one of the recruitment options. I don't know if they have a finder's fee or not for that. They didn't specify. How I read that is they'll find somebody, we pay that person whatever that fee is to work here monthly. Then when the city's ready, you choose one of the other options. We can clarify that with them.
Yes, because I think they're going to charge us money for that. I don't think they're going to say, oh, we'll find you an interim and then we'll do a
And-
free recruitment. I think they're saying, hey, if you don't want to do the free recruitment, we'll find you an interim while the city decides how they want to
That's how I took it.
do
One
whatever
or
the
the
city
other.
wants to do.
I can call her tomorrow and ask her that
Okay.
question because again, this could go on the agenda next Wednesday.
And the wheels are already moving with the other firm for next week. So
Really?
the proposals will be in place and ready to go by Wednesday.
I would like to share the other agenda item that's going to be on there for next week that Councilmember Baranczyk wanted that agenda for us to do before Mr. Brodowski leaves is there's an agency, there's actually, I think, 3, but, there's one, SGR. There's a website for them, and they have qualified, vetted, ready to go to work interim city administrator. So that's on the agenda next week. And so we have this option with Clear Creek because Councilmember Gronsik looked at the contract and he found that it's free. But my concern was knowing what I know from Miss Kelly with the recruiting firm. Remember her? Okay.
Oh, I remember her.
So I thought this, because she was also saying during the admonishment to council, she said that it's hard to find someone to come to work to the city of Uhland because of everything that's been going on. So I did tell her that our city administrator is leaving because of family health concerns, not any other reason. So I'm thinking, rather than waiting on that process and who knows what can happen in that process, then Councilmember Goransek said, we got to get somebody. And then I remember the SGR website that they have vetted qualified candidates ready to go work. So that's on the next week's agenda. So we're going to go simultaneously and see who comes first.
The reason I was trying to push for this special meeting so quickly is because it will take them 4 to 5 days to place somebody, which is very quick.
Right. That's
But
very quick. That's
based
very
on the meeting time that we have next week for Wednesday, that would put them here the day that Hayden leaves, which is what I was really hoping to avoid. I was hoping to get somebody here with at least a couple days with Hayden, but it is what it is. So
Okay, so tonight we can vote, we can vote to say, okay, have clear choice. I keep calling it
Clear Creek.
Clear Creek. I keep calling it clear choice. What is?
Clear.
It's
clear career
communications.
professionals. Yeah, clear,
Yes.
clear career.
I apologize
No
to
problem.
them.
That's okay. We know what you're talking about.
We
Um,
understand.
We can vote tonight to have them do a full-on recruitment, knowing that it's going to take a while, but we will get new names, new people that want to be here. And I understand what they said about us previously. However, this council is a completely different
And
council
that's-
than what we had.
yes.
And you can see it by all of our meetings. We don't agree on everything, but we're respectful to each other. And so I think that it's a different environment. So I think that
Absolutely.
the Clear Creek will not have that issue of there. And then we can look at doing an interim through one of those.
The
those
other
choices.
agency, yes.
Yeah, that we're looking at next week. That's correct. That's like an option for us?
Yes, ma'am.
I do hope that we have better candidates with Clear Creek, because the other candidates
Clear
that
Career.
we interviewed besides Mr. Radowski, we had a strong second, but she had absolutely no city administrator, no city management experience, but she was very strong in HR. And then the other one had issues with the supporting documents. The other one quit. He didn't like what was going on. The other one has some concerns. I said I was going to look it up. I've got to look that one up for Mr. Radowski. And so the choices were not ideal, and so we got Mr. Radowski for right now.
You settled, man.
No, that's not what I said.
Man,
That's what it sounded like you said.
Don't
everyone
read
else
between the
sucked
lines.
so bad that I had to choose
No,
me.
no. Oh, I
And
know.
then there was Hayden.
No. I was trying to pick the right words for the other
You chose
candidates.
all the wrong words.
No.
Yeah.
Not really. I was trying to be professionally,
You just
politically
sound so-
correct for the other candidates.
I got you.
just shown so much above all of everybody else.
Yeah.
That's what it is. You were the star for us.
You were. And the other candidate, his interview, he was not as polished and his answers were not as straightforward as Mr. Radowski. That's why he got the job.
I know, but look at Hayden now.
Hayden, I did
He's
have some
killing
questions.
He's been killing it.
Yeah, I know. That's why he got the job. And so I'm concerned with Clear Creek if they go out there and
Clear
get,
career.
oh, now I'm saying. But anyway, we may not get good applicants, and then where will we be? So maybe we'll have better luck with SGR.
Are
I
we
don't
still
know.
posting a job like on our site for your?
Well,
spot?
there's always the chance too that we bring the person in from SGR and they turn out to be a Hayden. And
who?
No, a Hayden.
Oh, yeah.
I
And
like,
maybe
I
they-
like to think I'm special, but I had to learn all my stuff from people. So there are a lot of me's out there who do great jobs. So
Perfect.
if I can give advice to this item, just so we have movement, it sounds like it's a free recruitment that will be done on behalf of a very well-known organization. There is no harm in saying, go do this recruitment. While they're doing that, you guys can do the SGR piece still and have both things simultaneous, because I don't see where it says that if we do our own thing, they canceled that part. Their deal seemed like it was very much, there was no asterisk saying if you do other things, you lose this. So my advice would be go option number one, have them do a whole new recruitment, let them go through that process while we do other things internally to keep the ball rolling as well.
And Hayden, with the questions, with the recruitment, if we find them, if we direct them, or if we have you direct Clear Career
There you go.
to Clear Career professionals to find more qualified applicants, I guess whatever credentials or certifications or things that you have, would they bring qualified? Would they bring applicants that have like that exact same, or is there going to be like a range of like, oh, I just decided to come into city manager, or like I have the exact same credentials as Hayden?
It will truly be variable, right? So any and every recruitment will be unique. You might find that doing a recruitment in November of 2025 is not a good time to start a recruitment because it's the holidays, and most people don't want to move in the holidays, right? So you might find that a recruitment in August affords more people who are wanting to move in the summertime. There's too many nuances to know. But I can tell you, in my career, I have found that I find the most success looking for jobs right after the new year, when councils have settled into the new year and they post positions. It's all based on just random timing. But there are some indicators that if you do it in the summertime, towards the end of summer, people are willing to start looking for jobs because the budget's coming up.
Yeah.
You're entering in a very volatile world. And Anna is an example of that, where after an election, you have a lot of change in city government. So a whole new council can come in and remove a good manager who just doesn't align with the new council. It happens every single day in city management.
Okay.
So now that you're out of that swing, a lot of people who are very qualified could be looking for a job because they're fresh off of a political change in their old organization. So I do think this timing will afford you more opportunities, given the fact that you're only 3 months removed from May. And so somewhere in this state or a neighboring state, a council just changed over probably 4 members. That person likely was no longer aligned with the new council. They parted ways for no other reason than politics.
Okay.
That person could be a very good candidate for this position.
Yes, sir. And then I know we talked about like an interim and then doing the whole process again, which would technically mean 3 different administrators, which it does scare me a little bit. With let's say we do the interim, right, and they're like everything we're looking for, right, but we had intentions on like moving forward with the redoing the recruitment process. Say this person is everything we're looking for. Is there something like a clause? I think I know the answer, but is there a clause or something that says you're not able to hire this person full time, or like, hey, there's a fee included, it's very high, but you
Yeah.
can make this person permanent?
It truly depends. So
It's different for
I would
each.
say 95% of your interim people who are doing this as a profession are making 2 times the average normal salary for a city manager because they are on the move nonstop.
So they're not gonna sign.
So
That's their thing.
Exactly. So you
Okay.
might pay what is the effective rate of $320,000 on an annual scale in a 3-month period, right? Because
Okay.
they likely won't come here for what is a normal salary because they make a living off of just moving around and doing this, right?
Okay.
So if you found somebody on an interim basis who's a rock star, finding a salary that would keep them from looking to do what they're doing elsewhere gets complicated. It happens. You know, I mean, a great example is the CEO of Clear Career was just the interim for Caldwell for like 5 months, doing an amazing job. They can't afford to keep him there full time. So they went and did a recruitment and they found somebody to replace him.
Okay.
That's an example that could happen here is you find a great interim to just keep things going and you find another candidate, but it's always worth asking. I mean, how much money does it take to keep you here full time? And it might be you find somebody like that. But
Yes, sir.
in my experience, there's too much money to be made being an interim at multiple cities. It's like it's a very specialized role where you go in and they do this full time 12 months out of the year.
It's crazy. Okay, so then I think all things considered, I would probably support getting someone as an interim, maybe as soon as possible, and then trying to get through that review process or the evaluation process to where we can get the qualified forever manager who's going to stay. So,
And I guess if I could add a point to what my recommendation is, I think you could do 1 and 2 simultaneously. So you can direct them to do the full recruitment and then ask them, if you place somebody, what does that cost? And then if it's too much, we just let them do the recruitment, do the other thing. But I think it's worth asking, is there a finder's fee to do the interim piece?
Yeah.
Because again, they didn't specify. So if they say, no, it's free to find somebody to work there in the interim, then we jump on that because it saves the city a lot of money. But if it's not, we just keep doing what we're doing with the other piece.
okay, I agree.
So you'll call tomorrow.
Yes.
Any other questions or concerns?
Well,
I was,
how are we going to take action? Or
Oh.
would we wait to take action until next week?
I would take action now.
I would recommend taking action to approve clear
Career.
to do a full recruitment to find us a city administrator. And then at the next meeting, we can talk about the interim. I'm thinking,
Matthew, I'm sorry, you had something to say, I believe.
I was just going to say that I agree with option number 2. If it is an option, have them get someone in here temporarily, immediately, and then go through that process. Or the other option I would be in favor of is if they gave us a top 3 list of their best 3, and then we could pick from there, because we do need to move fast. But that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Any other questions or concerns?
I do have a comment, and then we can move, hopefully, to take action and close this thing down. But sticking to my principles initially in not hiring a warm body and feeling rushed, but making sure that we hire the right people to be here and a part of this organization. In my personal opinion, I think that we go back and we take the credit that they're offering, the guarantee, and say, yes, go back to the well and find us the best people that you can get. And in the meantime, you can call them tomorrow and find out what the finder's fee is. And we have another backup plan with SGR. And that gives us having that interim, regardless of whether or not it comes through them or whether it comes through this other firm, gives us the safety blanket to not feel rushed and go find somebody who's going to be another Hayden. That's my opinion.
It's gonna be hard. Finding
So
someone.
I'd like to make a motion if nobody else has.
I think Councilmember Saldivar had something to say.
Oh, I was just gonna say it's gonna be hard to find another Hayden. You know, I really appreciate the hard work and actually first hearing you speak at a city council meeting. I wasn't there at that one, but it really it made me happy, and I had a feeling of great hope for the city, and I was happy to see you. And even now, like hearing you speak, just makes me feel really good. So I hope we can find another manager that's just as good as you.
I'm sorry to steal that from you.
Yeah. Nah, it's okay, it's okay.
Yeah, jerk.
Okay,
Is it okay if I make a motion?
make your motion.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to,
Did you have something? Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Garamsey.
I'd like to make a motion to allow Clear Creek professionals to extend our guarantee with option 1, which would be to go back to the well and find us new recruitments.
And also ask for the cost of interim. Just make sure.
You know,
And to direct Hayden to reach out to Clear Career and inquire about any kind of finder's fees or costs associated with
no,
an interim.
okay, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a second from Councilmember Pineda. Councilmember Esposito.
Aye.
Councilmember Lapointe.
Aye.
Councilmember Pineda.
Aye.
Councilmember Goransik.
Aye.
Councilmember Saldivar.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right. Do we have any announcements? Mr. Velasco?
Nope, let's get out of here.
Let's get out of here. Wait. I need a
I'll
motion
make a
to
motion.
adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, hold on. Mark, motion,
Aye.
and it's
Aye.
unanimous aye.
Aye.
Meeting is adjourned at 10:24. Thank you. And now you can. Okay, thank you.